of this live stream, just to kind of talk about this particular subject that I really wanted to talk about, which I'm very surprised a lot of MMA media is not picking this up, although they are. But they are picking it up because other forms of media are bringing it up. For example, Israeli news cycles have brought it up. Dave Portnoy waving around an Israeli flag after Bryce Mitchell's defeat against Jean Silva. And it's quite interesting because obviously Jean Silva is not an Israeli fighter. He's a Brazilian. So what credit is Dave Portnoy actually giving to in terms of Jean Silva's win, who's not an Israeli, and attributing it as some sort of victory for Israel and everybody else that's involved in that particular circle? Or is it that he felt so compelled by Bryce Mitchell's comments that he had to say these things, or I'm sorry, had to display this flag and basically say to the world, hey, look, I'm in support of Jean Silva due to the fact that Jean Silva was defending Jews, was not only defending Jews, but also defending anybody that was a victim of the German painter from the 1940s. And I think that's ultimately the message that that Dave Portnoy was trying to convey towards Bryce Mitchell. So I got to tell you, some of the things that I got out of that was nothing more than just symbolic gestures. Like with everything else in this world is nothing more than a symbolic gesture. For example, let's say, okay, I'm in the middle of the road right now, right? You know, obviously, as you guys know, morning time, it's traffic all throughout California, whether it would be Sacramento, whether it would be LA or San Francisco. It's traffic all day long, okay? And especially during rush hours when people are trying to get to work and they're trying to get to school. Joshua D'Souza says, hello. Hey, how you doing, Joshua D'Souza? I hope you're having a beautiful day, and I hope that you can join me in this great conversation of Dave Portnoy waving the Israeli flag after the victory of Jean Silva in UFC 314, which is interesting because obviously he's not an Israeli fighter, although Jean Silva, to be fair, could pass as an Israeli, could pass as a Middle Eastern man, like most Brazilians, Latinos, and Hispanics that are sort of in that same line of brown people trajectory and what have you. Joshua D'Souza says, chillin'. Kamzat Chimaev, champ for 2025. Wagner, Russia says, all right, man. Shout out to Wagner, Russia. I know I always have some Russian folks coming in here and, chatting with us and talking with us. So I really appreciate all the support from Russia and everywhere else in the world for that matter. Just like I'm sure Jean Silva appreciated the gesture that Dave Portnoy gave for him. So now, before I got into a tangent, what I was saying was symbolic gestures, right? Joshua D'Souza says, I love Kamzat. Great. I love Kamzat as well. Great athlete and great representative of Muslim MMA, if not MMA, period. So here's what I mean by symbolic gestures in terms of what Dave Portnoy did, right? What Dave Portnoy did was very similar to when you're in traffic, because I was talking about traffic earlier, right? When you're in traffic, you cut somebody off, you get into it with somebody, what do? You give them the finger. Okay, so once you give somebody the finger, what are you really accomplishing while you're stuck out in traffic? You're still stuck out in traffic. You're still out there. You're still trying to get to your destination. And here's another thing. That guy that cut you off or committed some sort of transgressions against you in the road, you'll never see that fella again. So what was the point of you doing that in the first place? Just like Dave Portnoy. Now, look, Dave Portnoy is allowed to support whoever he wants. We have to understand that. Before I go on, let me read this chat. I am from India. Avnish says, okay, how you doing, Avnish? And then Wagner Russia says, I like the beard with no mustache, brother. Thank you, man. You know, just like your fellow Dagestanis in your part of the world. That is if you are from Russia. ZB Cole says, hi. Hey, how you doing, ZB Cole? Looks like you got a check mark on your page. Is this a known YouTuber in any kind of way? Let me know. But anyway, shout out to ZB Cole. I be having some YouTube celebrities come in here sometimes. I had Jesse on Fire come in here one time. I had MMA Holes. I had City Projects. Who else is a known YouTuber that has shouted me out? I mean, Tyann Booth, obviously from England, but then we started to have beef, and that's a whole nother story for another time. But either way, Wagner Russia says, I wanted Bryce Mitchell to win and was sad he lost. For sure. It's part of sports, isn't it? Now, what would Dave Portnoy have felt if, let's say, Jean Silva would have lost? See, here's the thing that people have to understand about these symbolic gestures in sports, right? If a Palestinian was to beat an Israeli in any sporting event, whether that would be soccer, whether that would be taekwondo, wrestling, judoka, jiu-jitsu, all of these things, right? What does it really solve if they come out the victor? Does it really solve anything? Does it really solve anything for the conflict or anything of that nature? It doesn't. People in Gaza are still having water issues, food issues, poverty issues, and homeless issues. And then on top of that, genocide issues to top it off on top of these calamities. It doesn't change a thing. Even on the Israeli side, they are concerned with having a divided government. You got to understand, there's a lot of Israelis out there that are not down with the genocide whatsoever. And there's a lot of Jews around the world that are not down with this genocide. And I think there has to be a distinction between Israelis, Jews, and the Israeli government as a separate whole. Wait, no says God save Israel. All right, well, that is your opinion. You are allowed to have this particular opinion on this channel, and I don't hate it in any kind of way, even though I may feel differently in some sort of way. But that is what it is. But God save Israel, just like what I would hope for God to save every country on earth and anybody that is going through a calamity. Wagner Russia says, if Conor fought Paddy, who would win? Okay, so that's a very good question, Wagner. But God save Israel, just like what I would hope for God to save every country on earth and anybody that is going through a calamity. Wagner Russia says, if Conor fought Paddy, who would win? Okay, so that's a very good question, Wagner Russia. I think that would be a 50-50 fight, to be quite honest with you. The reason why that would be a 50-50 fight is because Paddy is still coming up. And I think Conor McGregor, even though he's not fully immersed himself into the training camps the way that he should, he still has enough skills to knock Paddy down, because Paddy does make a lot of mistakes on the feet, and his grappling is very good. And I'm talking about Paddy's grappling. It's very good. But is it Khabib good to where he can do whatever he wants with Conor? And guess what? Even in the Conor McGregor Khabib fight, Conor did pretty good in the wrestling exchanges in comparison to other people. So it's a 50-50 fight. But who would win? Geez, I would probably have to go with Paddy. I think Paddy would win that fight. Yeah, I think Paddy would win that fight. And he would win by decision. I don't think Conor has ever lost by decision ever. Ever, right? I don't recall Conor McGregor ever losing by a decision. So I think that it would be the first time in Conor's illustrious mixed martial arts history that he would suffer a defeat via decision. And some will argue that Conor McGregor should have lost Nate against Nate Diaz the second time around when they went to a decision. Floyd Mayweather watched that fight with his bodyguards, and I remember he was scolding one of his bodyguards for illegally streaming the fight, saying, "Well, why don't you just pay for it?" and this and that. But that's another story for another time. But either way, yeah, I think Conor McGregor would lose to, yeah. What is this? This dude looks like he definitely gets his cheeks clapped. All right, so that right there is listen, no Diddy, when did you transition? Listen, bro, you have no idea who I am or what I'm capable of or what I could do to you. So uh, you're the one that comes in here with no profile, no picture, just so you can feel anonymous and feel better about yourself saying whatever it is that you want to say. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you uh, 5 minutes to redeem yourself. Full support to Israel. Hail Israel, Knob Gamer says. So, what is it about Israel that you support? Not that I have any judgment towards you in any kind of way, because remember, when I'm on here, when I'm on uh, YouTube, I don't have strong opinions on things the way that I would in a private setting. Now, if you want to know anything about my private settings or anything about my private thoughts, I urge you guys to join on the member section below, because what I got for you are just raw and uncut opinions on matters like this. But as far as engaging with the crowd, engaging with people online, engaging with people on YouTube on this particular matter, uh, I'm going to be very neutral about it, even though you know that there's one side that I may lean towards over the other. And again, I also want to understand that from your face, I can tell you are a Palestinian supporter. Well, Knob Gamer, unfortunately, you don't have a face for me to tell anything other than who you support. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to treat you like, I mean, you know, you're a person behind all that, but I don't know anything about you. So that's how I'm going to treat you as such. I'm going to treat you as a person that I really don't know anything about, or just a person impersonating someone else, trying to be something else that maybe you're not. Or for all I know, you could be an IDF soldier, special forces guy that's kicking butt every day, and maybe even a fighter that has a burner account. Who knows? But I don't know who you are or anything like that. So I'm just going to treat you as such and not have high emotions about it. My man here says, Wagner, Israel never fights alone. Haha, scared. Yeah, well, Wagner is sort of right about that, right? They're not exactly the type of people that fight alone, but they can do things alone. And here's the thing, right? You got to respect the Israelis for some of the assassinations that they've done over the years. Now, you guys remember the Berlin Olympics, right? Where they had those Israeli soldiers kidnapped by Palestinian, I believe it was PLO members or some sort of liberation group pre-Hamas, right? So, hey, brother, love the Abe Lincoln beard, very Chechnyan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, you know it's an Islamic beard. Obviously, the Chechnyians made it popular, but it has an Islamic component and history behind it. So yeah, thank you for your kind gestures on that particular matter. So going back to the Berlin assassinations, or I'm sorry, the Berlin kidnapping of Israeli athletes. So you guys remember what the Israelis did as a result of that. They followed every single one of those guys that committed that particular, well, whatever you want to call it, and they hunted all of them down. I've seen a movie of this. Daniel Craig was actually one of the main characters in this movie. Now, if you know the movie, click down below. Why do you not have a mustache? Well, Knob Gamer, I think you know why I don't have a mustache. It's an Islamic component. And if you want to know why most Muslims or very devout Muslims don't have a mustache and have a beard, it is because we cannot emulate the disbelievers in any kind of way, right? So that's really the basis behind it. Everybody has a beard. Jews have beards. Bikers have beards. Gangbangers have beards. Rick Ross has a beard. Orthodox Christian priests have beards. So we have to distinct ourselves differently. And that was the commandment of the prophet, peace be upon him. So yeah, that's why I don't have a beard. But thank you for the question, Knob Gamer. I really appreciate your presence here and your good questions. Please keep them coming. Wagner says Amish people also have beards and no mustache. Very true. That is very true, Wagner. They also do have that going on. So it is interesting that you did bring that up. And yeah, there are a lot of Amish people in the East Coast of the United States. Obviously, you can tell by the palm trees behind me that that I'm in the West Coast. So yeah. So on any regard, to differentiate from non-Muslim, is that correct? Yeah, that's correct, Knob Gamer. That's exactly the reason why we as Muslims do that. We do that for that reason alone, so that we can differentiate ourselves. So now, if I travel anywhere in the world, let's say I go to any random MMA gym and train, right? I will spot out a Chechnyan, an Arab, somebody that is of Muslim heritage right away, just by the beard. Now, I will say the Chechnyans and the Dagestanis follow this to the T, not so much with Arabs. You see, there's still some Arabs out there that are a little bit more secularized, are a little bit more secular, a little bit more liberal in their approach to their fashion. I mean, even myself, look, here's another Islamic component that I think a lot of people don't know about when it comes to hairstyles and things of that nature. You see how I have a fade right here? This is actually not allowed in Islam, right? You're not allowed to have a fade in Islam. Ty Beam 617 says it's literally not. It's literally not. It's in the quarantine as hygienic. Okay. Well, thank you for that information. Reasoning essentially, the Quran, not quarantine. Oh, okay. You made a mistake there. Okay, it's for eating. Okay, Tanner. Yeah, that's a little inappropriate for you, but I'm gonna leave your comment up anyway, Tanner. But thank you for being here, and thank you for your comment and engagement. You look different because of the hygiene rules in the Quran. You are talking about things you aren't sure of. Well, Ty, listen, man. There is a hygiene component to that, of course. And if I didn't know that, and you gave me that information, great. But don't be a snob about it to where like, oh, well, how do you not know where this and that? Remember, bro, we're all students of the game in life. No matter what your education is, there's things I know that you may not know. There's things that you know that I may not know. And this is literally why we're here, so that we can have a civil discourse and engage ourselves in proper conversations and perhaps maybe learn something out of it. So please stop with your Islam propaganda, bro. Playboy says. Well, Playboy, I'm glad that you said that. This is not Islamic propaganda in any kind of way, because if it was, what I would be doing was cursing Dave Portnoy to the highest order, and I'm not doing that. If you watch from the beginning of the stream, I actually said that what Dave Portnoy is doing is his right. It's his right to do that. Even though Dave Portnoy is an American, he may be a Jewish American, but he's an American waving a flag of another country. But that's neither here or there. Now, me, I love America. I love being in America. I'm proud to have American citizenship. But at the same time, I also have love for Saudi Arabia. I also have love for Palestine. I also have love for Yemen. I also have love for Iraq, for Pakistan, for all the Muslim countries that are out there. Wagner, Russia says, I am a Chechenian who lives in Europe, but I get discriminated because of my beard. Yeah, man, it's hard to get a job. I would imagine. I would imagine, especially in Europe, not so much in America. I do see a lot of Muslim engineers, and quite frankly, they really can't do anything to them. In other words, they are consummate professionals, whether they're doctors, even lawyers, right? They have beards out here, the Muslim guys, and you can't do anything about that in the job setting, because it's all about performance by the end of the day and not what you look like. At least that is in American fashion, right? Americans are all about performance and who is the best, and that's about it, right? Which is the reason why a lot of black athletes out here really rise above the racism, at least for their own, not necessarily for all of their people, but for their own self-being. They're able to rise above racism, where they become accepted into higher societies and things of that nature because of their status as, as a superstar. So Ty Beam says, honestly, respect for you leveled for your leveled response. Thank you, my man. Apologies for coming at you. Stay well. Yeah, no problem, my man. And look, here's the thing, right? Here's one thing that I notice about a lot of YouTubers that answer people online, right? They often get into this shouting match with people. They get into these heated debates, and they don't even know who these people look like. Ty, I don't know who you are. I don't know you from a can of beans. But for all I know, you could probably be a very level-headed person as well. Or you could be an absolute a-hole for all I know. But either way, I don't really know, right? So for me to go and attack you just based on saying something that we don't agree with, or saying something that I don't like, is, it's not a very mature thing to do. Knob Gamer asks, are you Sunni or Shia? I am a Sunni, Knob Gamer. Now, Knob Gamer, usually if you see somebody with no mustache, it's usually a sign that they are a Sunni. Shias, I think, are a little liberal when it comes to allowing the beard, right? They let their beards grow, their mustache and whatnot. Wagner asks, who is Dave Portnoy? So Dave Portnoy is a media mogul, media entrepreneur for Barstool Sports. So if you've heard of Barstool Sports, they are an American media company, right, where they sort of are an alternative sports media company in a way, right? Paddy was sponsored by them, or is sponsored by them, along with Molly McCann, to sort of do, guess what, soccer talk, right? How about that, right? Paddy doing soccer talk. He's a fan of Liverpool FC. So Playboy says, I have enough of all you Muslims. They are coming to Germany and building their moshe. What the F? The prophet doesn't exist, believe me. Okay, well, that's your opinion. In Europe, you have a lot of feminist men in politics. So cringe. Yeah, I noticed that too, Wagner, Russia. Angelo says, what state are you in? West Side, California, my boy. I am in California. So Sunnis have mustache too. They do, but it's not as recommended, Wassam. Oh, I know Dave Portnoy was cooked by Andrew Tate. Yes. Yeah, he did have a little bit of some spat with Andrew Tate. So that is absolutely what he is known for in that regard. So what else? So it's very different. It's kind of strange, right? Dave Portnoy is exactly that feminist man that you had just mentioned. Now, obviously, I did not West Side, you in LA. No, I'm in Sacramento, but I be in LA though. Angelo, are you a West Coast based, or what part of the world are you from? Let me know on the comment section below. But I do live on the west side of Sacramento, though. If you're wondering, that's why you see the palm trees behind me right here and all of that. So yeah, I'm originally from LA. All right, man, that's what's up. Have to go, brother. I sub to your channel. May Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hey, man, shout outs to you and everybody in Chechnya, everybody in Dagestan. Brother, please, if you know anybody that is also English speaking and with mixed martial arts interests, I mean, it's a mixed martial arts country where you're from. Why not just tell everybody in your country about my channel, so you can help me become the biggest Muslim MMA channel there is? Because on the English speaking side of things, let's understand this. A lot of our Muslim brothers are not really that great in their English articulation. And even though Bilal Muhammad is an English speaker, he's not really great on the mic. So I have to be the voice of Muslim fighters and Muslim fight fans. So inshallah, I hope that that we can make that happen. And then Wagner here says, inshallah. Angelo says he's originally from LA. Angelo, what part of LA are you from, brother? Let me know on the comment section below. What set you from, fool? You know what I mean? But yeah, I love LA too, though, man. I be in LA. I be in Santa Monica, Century City. What else? What else areas? West Covina. What else? Other parts of LA? I be at Hollywood every time I'm in Universal Studios. What else? What else is oh yeah. Long Beach, obviously Long Beach. So I'm from Northeast LA, Highland Park near Pasadena. Okay, all right. So that's what's up, man. So I'm assuming, are you a Southern Mexican by any chance? Playboy says, I saw your prophet and he told me that he is laughing at you all. I mean, Playboy, listen to me, man. I'm not going to take your comments seriously at all. I mean, what do you want me to do with that comment? Seriously, I mean, what can I possibly do with that comment? You're saying things that you have no proof of. I mean, it's not based in reality in any kind of way. But whatever makes you feel better about yourself, my man. You know what I mean? That's really what it all comes down to is, hey, you know what? If you feel better about yourself saying these things, then so be it. But on any regard, hold on just a second. All right, so sorry about that. Had to do a little something real quick. Just had to respond to something. But yeah, so LOL, no. Oh, you're not. Okay. So you're not a Southern Mexican. Yeah, come to think of it, you have a very Italian name, right? You know, which is it's rather unusual, I'm gonna say, right? It's unusual to have Italians in the West Coast. Now, are you Italian? I don't know if that sounds like an Italian name, but oftentimes a lot of Italians that move to the West Coast are usually like Italians that have had like mob ties and they don't want to be part of that life anymore. So they come out here and yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't know if that's a fact for you or not. Obviously, I'm just assuming and I'm just out here throwing stereotypes and whatnot. But just like Dave Portnoy, right? Let's get back to the Dave Portnoy situation, right? Uh, I only have Angelo says, I only have an Italian name because everyone I grew up with told me I looked Italian. It was my nickname. Well, you certainly have an Italian name as well, which is interesting in and of itself. Okay, so next topic at hand with Dave Portnoy, right? What else was the topic at hand? I forgot what I had written on the on on the on the title. I think I just wrote, yeah, it is just about Dave Portnoy and Bryce Mitchell. You know what? Here's another thing I wanted to talk about. In the last live stream, that 15-minute live stream that I did, I thought I did 30, right? If you look at my live section, there was one where I did 30, where I did 15 minutes. I thought I did 30, but I don't know what it is. I think they cut out either YouTube or it wasn't recorded or it stopped recording the live, but I got 15 minutes out of that live stream and I was supposed to get 30 because the other 15 minutes I was talking about Bryce Mitchell. Angelo says, I subscribe. Thank you so much, man. Bogue4 with the smiling emoji. How you doing, my man? So I'll have to be back. I have to go to the bank real quick. All right, my man. Thank you for subbing and thank you for tapping in. But yeah, we're gonna continue on this conversation with Bryce Mitchell because that last 15 minutes in the live stream got cut out. And this is what I want to say about Bryce Mitchell. I think Bryce Mitchell is highly pretentious. Okay, and even somebody in the comment section below in that live stream had mentioned that he's very pretentious. Now, Bryce Mitchell, I would honestly have a great time hanging out with Bryce Mitchell. In fact, I would even go to a fishing trip with Bryce Mitchell if he invited me. But it doesn't mean that I don't think he's a pretentious dude. Think about this, right? This is just something that I've noticed with a lot of Christians. Christians are very well-mannered. They're very well-intended, but they are somewhat naive at times. And there's examples of this that I could name of why certain Christians can be gullible or naive. For example, you guys ever seen these missionaries in Asia? They go there. They go to a Thai village or a Filipino village or somewhere in Vietnam. And of course, they spread the word of the evangelical Bible, right? And there's nothing wrong with this. But by the end of it, they end up getting kidnapped by a local guerrilla force or a local rebel force, or sometimes even a police force in and of itself, whether that would be through corruption or whether that would be through whatever crimes that they may have committed in whatever circumstances they got themselves in, right? These are the naive Christians that I'm talking about. They go to these places, they're well-intended because they want to spread the good word to you. And as Muslims, you know what? As Muslims, we do this as well. We're very much well-intended. We're very much in the space of trying to spread our religion, but we don't do it in a way that humiliates us in a way. And by the way, I know that there are brothers out there that do dawah, get themselves humiliated in a debate and things of that nature. And that's understandable. But the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that, you know what, you cannot go out there and try and humiliate yourself just for the sake of making dawah. Okay, this is a reality of it. Like the cars in New Orleans, XXY says, New Orleans, what about New Orleans? I don't understand what the reference is behind that. I don't know if you're trying to imply something or you're trying to reference something, but let me know on the comment section below what exactly you mean by that. So, okay, moving on, right? Bryce Mitchell, very naive guy. He's one of these guys that thinks that by putting his hand on your broken leg, that he can heal you in the name of Jesus. Okay, this is with no science or reasoning behind his actions in any kind of way. I mean, let's just be real. That's really what it comes down to. Bryce Mitchell believes in his faith so much, nothing wrong with that, but he believes it in a way, he believes it in a matter and in a way that is, quite honestly, I mean, really just, what do you call it? Very, how do I say this? Very, very pretentious, right? Bryce Mitchell is a very pretentious human being. Let's be honest about this. He's a very pretentious human being, but he's also well-intended. And that's something that we have to understand. Now, him being in that kind of way, it's not indicative of, let's say, did, because he wanted to point out a symbolic gesture. That's really the reason why he's doing it. He's doing it because he wants to point out a symbolic gesture as to say that, hey, you know what? My people have gone through this with the German painter. My people have gone through this with the Holocaust, with World War II. And now this is my pride and joy in seeing somebody who's not an Israeli beat your behind. Now, Jean Silva, on the other hand, he did say that he was doing this for the sake of Israel. He did mention that, which I thought was really interesting. What made me wonder, what is your relationship with Israel in any kind of way? Has Jean Silva ever traveled to Israel? Has he even trained with Israeli athletes in any kind of way? Or does he have a relationship with somebody who's Israeli? You don't know. But what we do know is that it is just nothing more than symbolic gestures by the end of the day. Speaking of Israel, okay, I had beef with an online content creator before, right? The name is Don't Unfriend Me, with Matt Spear. He was a former naval intelligence guy who worked, obviously, who was American, right, for the American military, but also had worked with the IDF in the past. I remember when the October 7th thing happened, and I remember I saw his wife online. She was like holding some sort of bracelet that said, oh, you know, I support Israel or this and that, holding it up in the middle of the TV or this and that, right? In the middle of like their live stream. And I'm like thinking, what's the point and what is the purpose of doing that? Is there any good that comes out of what you're doing? Is there any good with, is there any, I mean, like, think about this. What is a symbolic gesture behind what it is that they are trying to do? Right? Like, is that going to do anything by holding up a bracelet that says, hey, save God, save Israel, just for the sake of whatever cause that you are trying to do? I mean, is it helpful in any kind of way? The answer is no. Wearing bracelets, changing your profile, waving a flag, all these symbolic gestures are not going to change the world. And I think that's the overall theme that I want everybody to understand. You will not change the world with your symbolic gestures. And I think at some point, we have to come to grips with that reality. Because if we don't, then it's just plain ignorant. It's really just plain ignorant. I'm not mad at Dave Portnoy for waving the Israeli flag. I'm not mad at it. I'm just having some skepticism about the matter of hand, right? I'm skeptical about his intentions, what he thinks he's going to get out of it, and what is his reasoning behind why he does what he does. So I will be right back. Hold on just a second. Diaz fan says, Israel love, brother. Okay, well, shout outs to you and shout outs to anybody out here that have their own opinion on certain matters at hand. Like and subscribe, because this is one Muslim website or one Muslim MMA channel that's not going to censor you for whatever it is that you want to say on either side of any fence. Okay, so just understand that. Hold on just a second. Just you're running a little errand right now. Stay put, okay? I will be right back in less than 2 minutes, okay? Give me less than 2 minutes. I will be right back and continue on with this live stream. All right, so I figured I'd get out the car just a little bit, kind of continue the live stream this way. So yeah, what else? What else is there when it comes to Dave Portnoy? You know what? Let's go for a drive. Let's take you right around Sacramento or so, right? My little daily drive of Sacramento up in here. So all right, so let's go for a drive. Say goodbye to the palm trees, among the many palm trees that we got out here. So yeah, let's continue this on. Let's go for an hour straight, 1 hour straight into this live stream, and then we'll call it a day. Yeah, what do you guys say, huh? Let's do it like that. Let's see what kind of adventures we can get into. So that's sort of the MO of this channel, right? We get into stuff, we get into some ish, we talk the topics that we actually talk about. Do you ever notice that there are channels out there that will have, let's say, will have their topic right on the title or on the description, and they don't talk about it whatsoever, right? This is not the channel that does that. This channel will literally talk about exactly what the description says, as it should, right? That's the way that it should be for the most part, is it not? But for whatever reason, it's just not. And here we are as a result of it. So we're going to go on for another 13 minutes before I have to head out and, yeah, you know, have a wholesome discussion of this topic at hand of Dave Portnoy waving the Israeli flag after the defeat of Bryce Mitchell. Now, I think the next topic that we can bring up for this particular subject, because we talked about Dave Portnoy, his symbolic gestures behind why he did what he did. Also, Bryce Mitchell, his pretentiousness leading up to the fight. We talked a lot about the fight, the kicks and the punches that go along with it, right? The stylistic matchup. Bryce Mitchell is done, Playboy says. Why do you say that? Why do you say that he's done? Because the reason why I asked that, what if Jean Silva really is somebody that could challenge Ilia Topuria or even knock out Volkanovski or submit Volkanovski? What if he is that guy? Because for a long time, right, there are people that have lost to really good people, and then we just chalk it up as, oh, well, he sucks. Okay, well, how does he suck? He went in there against a former champion, or sometimes in different retrospects, a future champion. So how is it that we are just going to say that this person is done or this and that? So I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, Playboy. Mitchell has serious mental problems. Welcome to the fight game, my boy. Who doesn't have mental health problems in a fight game? Whether that would be the fighters or the media people themselves, which includes me in that particular category, right? And I've fought myself as well. So, you know, it's I'm in both of those categories. Everybody in MMA is crazy. The promoters are crazy. The managers are even crazier behind closed doors. And the matchmakers are even more of a lunatic than anybody else that you could imagine. He needs a doctor. He needs doctor, not MMA, Playboy says. Okay, well, I don't know if I agree with that assessment. Obviously, I'm a science guy. Not that I'm a complete science guy to any degree, but I believe in science, rather, is what I'm trying to say. So I would have to hear that from a recommended, like, brain surgeon or a neurologist in some kind of way. A psychologist and a neurologist has to determine that, Playboy. But I understand your sentiments, though, Playboy. I think it is one of these situations where Bryce Mitchell is showing a lot of signs of things that you are noticing. And I think that it would also be foolish to not take any of these into consideration. But at the same time, you also got to understand, right? Bryce Mitchell grew up where he grew up, and as a result of that, he really is just living out what he grew up under. If that makes any sense, right? He's growing up in the Bible Belt of the United States. He didn't grow up with a lot of minorities. He didn't grow up with a lot of Muslims or Jewish people or anything like that. So of course he's going to have the worldview that he has. He is showing a lot of CTE signs, and that is scary if you're already seeing that. Playboy, to sort of back on your question or on your comment, it is scary to see that for somebody who's this young. By the way, let me show you guys the state capital of Sacramento right here. But yeah, he definitely is showing a lot of signs of CTE, unfortunately, isn't he? That is very unfortunate. But here's what Bryce Mitchell needs to do. He needs to get out of his comfort zone. He needs to go out there and try something different. Go with a different team. Go with guys that can beat you and with guys that you know you're better than. It's not helping you in any kind of way. Although Max Holloway is an example of somebody that trains at a subpar gym. Let's just be honest. Who else in his team is in the UFC? I mean, there was Yancy Medeiros, but then his career is pretty much over from there. And then obviously you've seen the limitations of Max Holloway's game when he stepped in there against Ilia Topuria. Here's the Golden One Center, by the way. I wanted to show you guys. That's where the Sacramento Kings play. 2 nights ago, Monday Night Raw was right out here. We had Monday Night Raw right out here a couple of nights ago. So just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a show right here. And yeah. All right, so before I sign off, right, I want to talk about what Jean Silva needs to do next. What is his career trajectory from here? Because I already talked about Bryce Mitchell. Playboy on the comment section had mentioned that Bryce is showing signs of CTE, mental illness of some sort. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Maybe there's some things that we can look at and say, all right, these are true signs and symptoms that we can point out towards Bryce Mitchell, right? We also talked about how he needs to step out of his comfort zone, right? He's been comfortable for a long time in his Southern Bible Belt. He needs to get out there and be challenged by different athletes and different fighters in order to get better. So that's that, okay? And now let's talk about Jean Silva, what he needs to do. I think Jean Silva and his team right now are on a hot winning streak, right? The Fighting Nerds. All these guys are in a situation where they are all winning. They got 19 to 20 fight wins in a row as a team, as a collective team. And they're running a hot streak right now, just like Team Alpha Male. I remember during the Team Alpha Male days, we were doing exactly that. All these guys that were in Team Alpha Male were winning their fights, whether they were in the regional, whether they were in Bellator, whether they were in Strikeforce. This was during the Chad Mendez days and what have you, right? During the TJ Dillashaw days. So this is where they're at right now. The Fight Nerds. Are they going to continue doing this? My opinion, I think at some point, some people are going to figure them out. They will get figured out. Even the Dagestanis at some point got figured out. Marab found some kryptonite in Umar and that style, that Dagestani style. Even Dustin Poirier, sort of, even though he lost to Islam and to Khabib, he still opened up a few windows as to say, you know what, these are where the weaknesses are of this particular team, and this is where you need to exploit it. Even Justin Gaethje, it kept going and going and going and going until at some point they started to figure out all these small details about these fight camps, these winning fight camps. Same thing with Team Alpha Male. They had a hot streak, and the next thing you know, Dominic Cruz comes in there. He beats Uriah. He beats Joseph Benavidez. Then he beats TJ Dillashaw, and so on and so forth. And obviously, he gets beat by Cody Garbrandt, because now it became the reverse, where that whole entire team was now, that whole entire team was now trying to figure out a formula against Dominic Cruz, only for Cody Garbrandt to be the one to figure that out. And then when Cody Garbrandt finally figured it out, after Cody Garbrandt figured it out, guess what? Cody Garbrandt got figured out himself. So it goes both ways. Understand that. It goes both ways, man. You can get figured out, and other people can get figured out. Matter of fact, let's try and figure this out right here. I'm about to end the stream in a couple of minutes from now. So I'm going to give you some final closing thoughts on this particular topic and this particular subject matter at hand while I am here in Old Sacramento, the famous Old Sacramento. You know what? I'm going to find parking right here, and then I'm going to finish this live stream and call it an hour. All right? So here it goes. Okay. So a couple of things that we learned from the live stream today. Symbolic gestures. Do they really mean anything? Do they really help with any political cause other than just virtue signaling? That's one thing we got to understand. Okay? The virtue signaling component of what Dave Portnoy did. The other thing we're going to talk about and how we're going to end this is, what is it that Bryce Mitchell needs to do in order to improve his career and in order to improve the holes in his game? He needs to go and train with a different team. He needs to go and train with people that are going to make him uncomfortable. Now, what about Jean Silva? What is next for him? The only thing that is next for Jean Silva is bigger challenges ahead. It's not going to be Bryce Mitchell. It's going to be the top echelon of the 145 division today, which consists of Ivleev. Not only does it consist of Ivleev, on top of that, you can have Ilia Topuria come back at any time. And then there's Diego Lopez. How will he deal with that? In fact, that would be a great fight. Maybe a potential title eliminator fight for Jean Silva, not necessarily for Diego Lopez, but for Jean Silva, due to the fact that, hey, you know what? Diego already got a shot. He lost. And if Jean Silva was to beat him, then he should get a title shot after that. But really, that is all that I have for this 1 hour of live stream that I did for you guys. We talked about some really important subjects, dealing with politics, dealing with MMA, also dealing with religion. We touched about just a little bit of everything. So I'm going to end it with one of my favorite spots in Sacramento, Old Sac. Here we go. So, by the way, guys, stay tuned. We're going to have a bonus stream in just a little bit. Maybe so, maybe not. But yeah, stay tuned. Anybody that is going through a calamity. Wagner Russia says, if Conor fought Paddy, who would win? Okay, so that's a very good question, Wagner Russia. I think that would be a 50-50 fight, to be quite honest with you. The reason why that would be a 50-50 fight is because Paddy is still coming up, and I think Conor McGregor, even though he's not fully immersed himself into the training camps the way that he should, he still has enough skills to knock Paddy down, because Paddy does make a lot of mistakes on the feet, and his grappling is very good. And I'm talking about Paddy's grappling; it's very good. But is it Khabib good to where he can do whatever he wants with Conor? And guess what? Even in the Conor McGregor Khabib fight, Conor did pretty good in the wrestling exchanges in comparison to other people. So it's a 50-50 fight, but who would win? Geez, I would probably have to go with Paddy. I think Paddy would win that fight. Yeah, I think Paddy would win that fight. And he would win by decision. I don't think Conor has ever lost by decision ever. Ever, right? I don't recall Conor McGregor ever losing by a decision. So I think that it would be the first time in Conor's illustrious mixed martial arts history that he would suffer a defeat via decision. And some will argue that Conor McGregor should have lost against Nate Diaz the second time around when they went to a decision. Floyd Mayweather watched that fight with his bodyguards, and I remember he was scolding one of his bodyguards for illegally streaming the fight, saying, well, why don't you just pay for it and this and that. But that's another story for another time. But either way, yeah, I think Conor McGregor would lose to, what is this? This dude looks like he definitely gets his cheeks clapped. All right, so that right there is listen, no Diddy, when did you transition? Listen, bro, you have no idea who I am or what I'm capable of or what I could do to you. So uh, you're the one that comes in here with no profile, no picture, just so you can feel anonymous and feel better about yourself saying whatever it is that you want to say. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you uh, 5 minutes to redeem yourself. Full support to Israel. Hail Israel, Knob Gamer says. So, what is it about Israel that you support? Not that I have any judgment towards you in any kind of way, because remember, when I'm on here, when I'm on YouTube, I don't have strong opinions on things the way that I would in a private setting. Now, if you want to know anything about my private settings or anything about my private thoughts, I urge you guys to join on the member section below, because what I got for you are just raw and uncut opinions on matters like this. But as far as engaging with the crowd, engaging with people online, engaging with people on YouTube on this particular matter, I'm going to be very neutral about it, even though you know that there's one side that I may lean towards over the other. And again, I also want to understand that from your face, I can tell you are a Palestinian supporter. Well, Knob Gamer, unfortunately, you don't have a face for me to tell anything other than who you support. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to treat you like, I mean, you know, you're a person behind all that, but I don't know anything about you. So that's how I'm going to treat you as such. I'm going to treat you as a person that I really don't know anything about, or just a person impersonating someone else, trying to be something else that maybe you're not. Or for all I know, you could be an IDF soldier, special forces guy that's kicking butt every day, and maybe even a fighter that has a burner account. Who knows? But I don't know who you are or anything like that. So I'm just going to treat you as such and not have high emotions about it. My man here says, Wagner, Israel never fights alone. Haha, scared. Yeah, Wagner is sort of right about that, right? They're not exactly the type of people that fight alone, but they can do things alone. And here's the thing, right? You got to respect the Israelis for some of the assassinations that they've done over the years. Now, you guys remember the Berlin Olympics, right? Where they had those Israeli soldiers kidnapped by Palestinian, I believe it was PLO members or some sort of liberation group pre-Hamas, right? So, hey, brother, love the Abe Lincoln beard, very Chechnyan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, you know it's an Islamic beard. Obviously, the Chechnyans made it popular, but it has an Islamic component and history behind it. So, yeah, thank you for your kind gestures on that particular matter. So, going back to the Berlin assassinations, or I'm sorry, the Berlin kidnapping of Israeli athletes. So, you guys remember what the Israelis did as a result of that. They followed every single one of those guys that committed that particular, well, whatever you want to call it, and they hunted all of them down. I've seen a movie of this. Daniel Craig was actually one of the main characters in this movie. Now, if you know the movie, click down below. Why do you not have a mustache? Well, Knob Gamer, I think you know why I don't have a mustache. It's an Islamic component, and if you want to know why most Muslims or very devout Muslims don't have a mustache and have a beard, it is because we cannot emulate the disbelievers in any kind of way, right? So that's really the basis behind it. Everybody has a beard. Jews have beards. Bikers have beards. Gangbangers have beards. Rick Ross has a beard. Orthodox Christian priests have beards. So we have to distinct ourselves differently. And that was the commandment of the prophet, peace be upon him. So yeah, that's why I don't have a beard. But thank you for the question, Knob Gamer. I really appreciate your presence here and your good questions. Please keep them coming. Wagner says Amish people also have beards and no mustache. Very true. That is very true, Wagner. They also do have that going on. So it is interesting that you did bring that up. And yeah, there are a lot of Amish people in the East Coast of the United States. Obviously, you can tell by the palm trees behind me that that I'm in the West Coast. So yeah. So on any regard, to differentiate from non-Muslim, is that correct? Yeah, that's correct, Knob Gamer. That's exactly the reason why we as Muslims do that. We do that for that reason alone, so that we can differentiate ourselves. So now, if I travel anywhere in the world, let's say I go to any random MMA gym and train, right? I will spot out a Chechenian, an Arab, somebody that is of Muslim heritage right away just by the beard. Now, I will say the Chechenians and the Dagestanis follow this to the T, not so much with Arabs. You see, there's still some Arabs out there that are a little bit more secularized, are a little bit more secular, a little bit more liberal in their approach to their fashion. I mean, even myself, look, here's another Islamic component that I think a lot of people don't know about when it comes to hairstyles and things of that nature. You see how I have a fade right here? This is actually not allowed in Islam, right? You're not allowed to have a fade in Islam. Ty Beam 617 says it's literally not. It's literally not. It's in the quarantine as hygienic. Okay. Well, thank you for that information. Reasoning essentially, the Quran, not quarantine. Oh, okay. You made a mistake there. Okay, it's for eating. Okay, Tanner. Yeah, that's a little inappropriate for you, but I'm gonna leave your comment up anyway, Tanner. But thank you for being here, and thank you for your comment and engagement. You look different because of the hygiene rules in the Quran. You are talking about things you aren't sure of. Well, Ty, listen, man. There is a hygiene component to that, of course. And if I didn't know that, and you gave me that information, great. But don't be a snob about it to where like, oh, well, how do you not know where this and that? Remember, bro, we're all students of the game in life. No matter what your education is, there's things I know that you may not know. There's things that you know that I may not know. And this is literally why we're here, so that we can have a civil discourse and engage ourselves in proper conversations and perhaps maybe learn something out of it. So please stop with your Islam propaganda, bro. Playboy says. Well, Playboy, I'm glad that you said that. This is not Islamic propaganda in any kind of way, because if it was, what I would be doing was cursing Dave Portnoy to the highest order, and I'm not doing that. If you watch from the beginning of the stream, I actually said that what Dave Portnoy is doing is his right. It's his right to do that. Even though Dave Portnoy is an American, he may be a Jewish American, but he's an American waving a flag of another country. But that's neither here or there. Now, me, I love America. I love being in America. I'm proud to have American citizenship. But at the same time, I also have love for Saudi Arabia. I also have love for Palestine. I also have love for Yemen. I also have love for Iraq, for Pakistan, for all the Muslim countries that are out there. Wagner, Russia says, I am a Chechenian who lives in Europe, but I get discriminated because of my beard. Yeah, man, it's hard to get a job. I would imagine, especially in Europe, not so much in America. I do see a lot of Muslim engineers, and quite frankly, they really can't do anything to them. In other words, they are consummate professionals, whether they're doctors, even lawyers, right? They have beards out here, the Muslim guys, and you can't do anything about that in the job setting, because it's all about performance by the end of the day and not what you look like. At least that is in American fashion, right? Americans are all about performance and who is the best, and that's about it, right? Which is the reason why a lot of black athletes out here really rise above the racism, at least for their own, not necessarily for all of their people, but for their own self-being. They're able to rise above racism, where they become accepted into higher societies and things of that nature because of their status as, as a superstar. So Ty Beam says, honestly, respect for you leveled for your leveled response. Thank you, my man. Apologies for coming at you. Stay well. Yeah, no problem, my man. And look, here's the thing, right? Here's one thing that I notice about a lot of YouTubers that answer people online, right? They often get into this shouting match with people. They get into these heated debates, and they don't even know who these people look like. Ty, I don't know who you are. I don't know you from a can of beans. But for all I know, you could probably be a very level-headed person as well. Or you could be an absolute a-hole for all I know. But either way, I don't really know, right? So for me to go and attack you just based on saying something that we don't agree with or saying something that I don't like is, it's not a very mature thing to do. Knob Gamer asks, are you Sunni or Shia? I am a Sunni, Knob Gamer. Now, Knob Gamer, usually if you see somebody with no mustache, it's usually a sign that they are a Sunni. Shias, I think, are a little liberal when it comes to allowing the beard, right? They let their beards grow, their mustache and whatnot. Wagner asks, who is Dave Portnoy? So Dave Portnoy is a media needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. We got about 5 minutes before I get into the preview of WrestleMania, and we still got plenty of time. A pre-show they got going on is like 3 hours prior to the show. I think that's a little too much, but maybe they have a strategic reason behind it. Perhaps maybe for the same reason why I would start a stream 3 hours early before a pay-per-view starts, just based on trying to get as much viewership as much as possible before the actual show starts. But on any regard, yeah, we're going to go through the whole entire card. We're also going to look at some future cards that are going on. Look at the crowd in Las Vegas right now, right outside Raiders Stadium. So obviously you have the whole entire media team running around the arena, doing previews there. I believe, who is that? I think that is Peter Rosenberg. Okay, Peter Rosenberg from Hot 97. Okay, and they're previewing the card. They're walking around the arena, just looking at the atmosphere. People are outside. Obviously, it's a Las Vegas card. Now, the last time they had a Las Vegas WrestleMania, I believe was WrestleMania 9. Now, what's interesting about that? Obviously, the headline for that one was Yokozuna and Bret Hart. And at the end of the night, it was Hulk Hogan that won the championship. And you're probably listening to this right now thinking, wow, okay, you know what? You've got some vast knowledge of wrestling, right? You must be a hardcore wrestling fan, like somebody like Joe Cronin or somebody like that, if you follow internet wrestling culture in any kind of way. But I'm not. I'll tell you this, right? The reason why I'm covering WrestleMania right now is because obviously there's no other fights going on, and with good reason. The UFC is now affiliated with the WWE, and as a result, they are now coinciding with each other in terms of how they are going to negotiate their time slots with each other. So obviously, last week was UFC 314. This week it is WrestleMania. And then TKO Boxing is now getting into the mix. You got TKO Boxing with the Saudis. You got Dana White now holding the flag down for that as the, I guess you would say, the head promoter, head in charge, appointed by Turkey El-Sheikh himself. So I think it's safe to say TKO owns a lot of your Saturday fight nights now. And Sunday fight nights, if that includes wrestling events as well. They own all of that. So imagine, right, back in the days, if you are into MMA, if you are into boxing, and you are into wrestling, and there's a lot of guys out there that are like that. There's a lot of guys out there that can watch all three. I'm not necessarily that same kind of guy. At least I was at one point. And this is the reason why I'm considered now a casual in pro wrestling, because I don't really go out there and cover all of wrestling or get out of my way even to watch wrestling on my own. But when you got a big event like this going on, it's worth paying attention to, especially it's in Las Vegas. It's the same year that TKO has now affiliated themselves with the UFC. And on top of that, it's a special event. So if there's any wrestling events that you're going to cover, why not WrestleMania, right? Same thing with the Super Bowl. I don't really watch football all year round, but man, when the Super Bowl comes on, I'm in on it, especially if obviously Kendrick Lamar is out there performing or whatever. It's worth watching. But WrestleMania is one of those things that are worth watching. You could be one of these casual fans where you know nothing of the whole entire storylines that are going on, because remember, one thing about pro wrestling is that it's all predicated on storylines, right? It's all about the storylines and what follows up towards the event. So now you can literally watch this without really knowing anything, right? And that's sort of the great way to really watch these events. I remember when I was a kid and I used to watch all these wrestling pay-per-views that were put on VHS, right? like for example, there's a VHS on, I believe it was Sergeant Slaughter versus Hulk Hogan. Okay, I'm watching it and I'm like, this is like watching a movie. WWE is like watching a movie, meaning you don't got to watch it live. It's not the same live sporting event, right? Where you got to know the results right away. Who won fight A, fight B, and fight C and D to the Z, right? Who won that? You ain't got to do all that with wrestling. You see, wrestling is so good at packaging the pre-fights and things of that nature where they literally fill you in on the storyline. Let me hear what Pat McAfee has to say right now, and all the guys that are in the panel right now. So who you have in the panel? You got Pat McAfee, you got Wade Barrett, you have Big E, and then you got Michael Cole. So that's what you got going on in the preview panels right now. So it is rather strange that it is the first time that CM Punk is actually headlining WrestleMania. Oh, wow. Look at this. So you know how you have those punching bags or whatever, right? Those speed-looking bags where they sort of like test how hard you punch. There's in the fan expo that they have for the WWE where you have a steel chair measurement of how hard you hit someone with a steel chair. And then it's like some sort of figure that looks like Logan Paul, which is, kind of strange. But yeah, that's kind of what they have going on there. There's Michael Cole right there, egging the crowd on. Now they're highlighting Stone Cold Steve Austin and Bret Hart. I believe this was the I Quit match where... Was it the I Quit match? No, this is not. Okay, no, they're showing something else. Maybe it is. I think Ken Shamrock was the referee for this one. It is. There's Ken Shamrock right there in the black and whites. Ken Shamrock as the special guest referee. Now, this match right here made Stone Cold Steve Austin, right? There's this iconic footage of him, or this photo where he's bleeding profusely, and he's in a sharpshooter. Bret Hart applies on him, and he doesn't give up. Right here, they're showing it right here. This is the iconic image right here, and they used it for the Raw intro. I remember when Bret Hart was talking about this matchup, he said something to the effect of like, you know what? This matchup right here has a lot of technicalities that I think most MMA people can appreciate. I remember him saying that in a podcast or yeah, I think an interview of some sort. So, all right, let's take a look at what is night one, the matchups that they have for night one. And of course, we're going to go over some MMA and combat sports news. On the other news, hold on a second. Let's talk about this. So obviously, CM Punk is headlining today. John Cena, heel John Cena, taking on Cody Rhodes. Right now, who would have thought, right? If you remember Cody Rhodes back when he was with Legacy and Randy Orton, that was the prime days of John Cena, where John Cena was so prime in being extra annoying, right? So, now you look at all of this, it comes back full circle, right? Cody Rhodes is the good guy. John Cena is the bad guy. Sort of the same transition that Hollywood Hogan went to. But yeah, so let's see what else is here. Oh yeah, so Randy Orton doesn't have an opponent tonight, right? I think Kevin Owens fell ill for whatever reason. Maybe he ate something wrong or messed up his stomach or whatever it is that he had going on, right? He's not going to fight tonight, so they're going to look for a different opponent for Randy Orton. I don't know who that may be. That will be interesting to see who that is going to be. But so obviously Bilal Muhammad and JDM, that's next month. Let's go over some fights, real fights, right? Not the pretend fights, obviously, but yeah. JDM, Bilal Muhammad, Font versus Valentina Shevchenko on the co-main event, and that's going to be held in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. So obviously that fight has a lot of implications regarding whether Bilal Muhammad, or rather Islam Makhachev, is going to move up or not. Now, he's really adamant. At first, I thought this was a rumor, but Islam Makhachev's whole entire career is predicated on this fight. Now, how about this? JDM is now responsible for holding up 3 different weight classes based on the particular result that he's going to bring in this fight. What are those 3 divisions I'm talking about? Obviously, 170, the division that he's in, the division that he's fighting the title for. That's one. 155, because Islam is a 155 champion. He is looking to fight JDM if he wins, but he's not going to fight Bilal Muhammad. And in the 145 division, because you have Ilia Topuria, who is set to fight Islam Makhachev, but for whatever reason, it's not happening. So all of that is predicated on this fight. All of that is predicated on this fight. So there's a lot of implications for this particular title fight. Let's see how this one goes. Also, what else? How about this? Not official yet, but according to Mike Coppinger, and Mike Coppinger has a lot of sources inside with Turkey El-Sheikh and getting information in that matter, and I have no reason to doubt him. July 12th, Usyk versus Dubois rematch, part 2. Now, what's great about this boxing matchup, right? They obviously vacated the IBF belt only for Dubois to fight for it, right? So it didn't make the rematch for Usyk versus Dubois undisputed, right? It wasn't an undisputed fight. But now this fight right here is going to be undisputed because Dubois is undefeated. I'm sorry, Dubois is the IBF champion. Usyk is the unified champion. He has all the other belts aside from the IBF. And so now it's going to be held for an undisputed championship in the rematch. By the way, a lot of people don't give much credit for Dubois on this one, right? Primarily because of the fact that Dubois is not undefeated. He's been beaten by Joe Joyce. And irregardless of the fact that he did great against Usyk, Usyk went on to beat Usyk went on to beat Tyson Fury afterwards, and then they just never really, they never really gave him credit for that fight. But he did very good. He did very good against Usyk. It was only that illegal low blow that was a controversy above all right now. A lot of people are debating, was that really a low blow? Was it? Was it not? But on any regard, it's going to be an interesting fight nonetheless. So yeah, that's what we got. Usyk, Dubois, and JDM coming up. We have more fights that we can talk about. Obviously, Dricus versus Kamzat. That's in the works. So we'll go on from there. What else do we have here? So yeah, the triple threat. This is a triple threat matchup with Seth Rollins and CM Punk and Roman Reigns. And then I believe the World Heavyweight Championship fight with Gunther versus Jey Uso is going to be on here. So, all right. So, okay. So we've gone over real fighting. Now let's go to the fake fighting stuff of what's going on tonight, right? WrestleMania 41. Let's take a look at the... What do we got here? Matches. So, okay, Roman Reigns, CM Punk, Seth Rollins. It's a triple threat match. I don't know why I thought this was a championship fight. Obviously, it's not a championship fight. Tiffany Stratton, I don't know who that is. Obviously, somebody new. Charlotte Flair, we all know who that is. That's for the women's championship. Okay, so she's still in the title picture even after all these years. I guess that's what happens when you're related to Flair. But on any regard, LA Knight, somebody new in the company versus Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu is, I believe, the relative of Umaga, or somebody in the company of the Rock's family and Yokozuna's family, all the Samoans that are basically part of that business. Jade Cargill taking on Noemi. Okay, I know who that is. El Grande Americano taking on Rey Mysterio. So from what I understand about this storyline, right? Chad Gable is playing this role of this luchador. And he's a luchador, but his name is El Grande Americano. Now, I don't know about you, but when I hear a name like that, for whatever reason, I feel like I want to go get some coffee, right? Grande Americano. That sounds like a coffee run. Okay, but nonetheless, it's a great name for him. I suppose it is quite catchy. A little controversy going on, right? So where he's built from, he bills himself as from the Gulf of America. I mean, come on, really? From the Gulf of America. You are from the Gulf of America. And obviously there's some racial undertones that they're trying to like push in that particular thing. But yeah, then they just decided to change it back to Gulf of Mexico. And I don't know what is up with that, or if they're trying to make it non-political in any kind of way. But nonetheless, here's what you got to know. Whether this is storyline or this is not a storyline or whatever it is, in real life, it is still officially called the Gulf of Mexico. So just keep that in mind. So, okay. That's what you got going on. And then the tag team championships. Obviously, there's always a good tag team championship match that you have going on for these types of cards, especially for WrestleMania. What do we got? War Raiders taking on New Day, Kofi Kingston, Xavier Woods. Okay, so that's interesting right there. Okay, so Kofi Kingston still in the tag team title picture with Xavier Woods. Now, I know Kofi Kingston won his first world title a while ago. So, okay. Still in it. Still doing a damn thing. Okay. So, Gunther, one of the newer guys, right, has this really, like, strong style of wrestling, right? He looks like one of those wrestlers that looks like he's a shoot fighter, right? Where he implements a lot of submissions, a lot of technical moves and things of that nature. So Jey Uso, obviously, big push that he's had since last year when he broke up with his brother and then they came back together and whatever. So, okay, great singles run for him. I think he's going to win this one tonight, right? Maybe there's a push for him to win this, but again, you never know, right? We'll see how the storyline unfolds. So that's night one. Night two, you got Evo Sky taking on Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley. I know she's in that storyline with Dominic and making him run away from his family and all this other weird stuff. But yeah, so that's a triple threat match for the Women's World Championship. And then following that is a Tag Team Championship, Women's Tag Team Championship, Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Bayley, versus and Lara Valkyria. I don't know who that is. AJ Styles versus Logan Paul. I definitely know who that is. So there's no title on the line. From what I remember, I believe Logan Paul was the United States champion. So who is the United States champion right now? It's LA Knight. So did LA Knight have a fight with Logan Paul to win that? I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I've known AJ Styles for a long time. Obviously, AJ Styles is like the Michael Chandler of professional wrestling. Now, think about this, right? Think about how he's the Michael Chandler of professional wrestling. He came from a previous organization, and then when he came from that previous organization, he comes into this new one. And yeah, you know, that's what it is, right? But you know what? AJ Styles did have a better run in WWE than Michael Chandler had in the UFC. So I don't know if we would have the same comparison. Obviously, he's no Patricio Pitbull either, because Pitbull, I mean, for all we know, Pitbull could possibly be a world champion at 145 later on, but who knows? Well, okay, so moving on. Braun Baker, I don't know who that is. Penta, I don't know who that is. Finn Balor, I know who that is. Dominic Mysterio, obviously the son of Rey Mysterio. Damon Priest taking on Drew McIntyre in a not a Chicago street fight, in a Sin City, Las Vegas street fight. And then Randy Orton to be announced. This will be an open challenge. And then how about this? Cody Rhodes taking on John Cena. So that's what we got for all of WrestleMania. And obviously, we're going to go over all of that tomorrow as well for night 2. This is night 1. So exciting events right ahead. So enjoy. We'll be right here. All right, so I'm just watching all these previews that they have going on. I kind of like that they have a preview like that, right? Where it's 3 hours long. It's 3 hours of fluff, but at the same time, it's kind of like 3 hours of really getting you ready for the whole thing. I mean, this is kind of what I do in pay-per-views, right? I come in here, I do a little Cali crash out, I do different reactions while on the same day of the live event. So
for the Joe Rogan Ilya Tapora reaction, and not only that, we're going to preview WrestleMania 41. And let's talk about WrestleMania 1. I was born on the same day as WrestleMania 1. And from then on, wrestling became a staple of my life, just like what any kid lived through in the 1990s. Okay, so in other words, if you're my age, if you're within that group, you grew up watching wrestling, and for one reason or another, those particular types of sports led you to Taekwondo, led you to wrestling, led you to judo, boxing, whatever it was, right? There were other niche sports that were attached to it as sort of this cultural influence from one sport to another, okay? And then fast forward into the future, now you're into MMA, now you're into boxing, but there is a strong correlation with former wrestling fans becoming former WWE wrestling fans becoming MMA and UFC fans later down their life. And this is the reason why we're covering WrestleMania 41. Sorry, I got used to saying UFC and then the pay-per-view number, but now it is WrestleMania 41, which is what we're covering. And why is it that WrestleMania has an event on the same weekend, not the same weekend as the UFC? There were plenty of UFCs where they had I believe a UFC card, at least in the latter stages of the WWE's trajectory. And the reason why I say that is because they started doing Saturday shows, they started doing 2-night shows, especially in the beginning of the pandemic when I believe Drew McIntyre had defeated Brock Lesnar, if you guys remember that, right? That was during the pandemics. So during the pandemic, your way that was not in front of a crowd. BH is asking, what are you talking about? There is no one here, bro. Well, obviously you are, so I don't understand what your reasoning is, behind that, why you feel the need to, I guess, downplay whatever it is that somebody's talking about. I mean, you're the one that decided to go into someone's page. You're the one that decided to talk your smack. You're the one that decided to come in here and, I mean, you're asking me what I'm talking about. It's literally on the description. So either you can't read, or either you just want to start something that you can't finish, which is a really interesting thing about a lot of internet trolls, right? What a lot of internet trolls don't understand is that we're never going to meet in real life. This is the reason why I don't go and shout at you. This is the reason why I don't go and crash out at a person that doesn't even have a profile pic, and with good reason. because that is the reason why you feel the sense of immunity to talk like the way that you do in a very disrespectful manner, when in your normal everyday life, what you would be doing is yes, sir, no, ma'am, to whoever it is that you answer to as your boss. That is, if you're even employed in the first place. But that's neither here or there. Smith says, what are you talking about? Well, at first, I was going to talk about Ilya Topuria,'s JRE appearance, and then WrestleMania 41, and then BH over here interrupts me by asking what I'm talking about and being disrespectful at it. So I had to address him as such. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Smith. So going back from that conversation, let's go back to Ilya Topuria and Joe Rogan. There were a couple of things that I found really interesting about this particular podcast. For one, I think it's important to understand that no matter what part of the world you live in, there are people out there that can develop MMA. There are countries that already have a certain base of martial arts that allows them to be able to, let's say, create a style that is formidable to MMA. Mimi says, hey, I'm here again. Shout out to you. What did my man here say? Bro, Ilya can go to Islam straightly at least. He wants to fight Paddy or Armin or Dustin. AJ edits, I think that Ilya right now is very much confused about his standings in the lightweight division, because you know what, 145 is no longer an option for him, and this is what I got out of the JRE podcast. See, what I got out of the JRE podcast was that this is a guy that no longer wants to go down. He said that, man, you know what, man, you think that I hit very hard at 145? Oh, man, I gonna hit you at 155 and something gonna explode. I'm telling you, man. You know, he feels good. He feels like he can get those extra steaks, those extra carbs that he needs in order to build up his power. So this man is not in a position of going to 145 anytime soon. And that is Ilya Topuria. So what are his chances? Is it Armin Tsarukyan? There's a great chance that he could fight Armin Tsarukyan. If he fights Armin Tsarukyan, I think we're going to have a situation where Ilya is going to be very much tested. Armin is going to be very much tested as well. There's a lot that both guys can lose in this fight with Armin and Ilya Topuria. Okay, for one, Ilya Topuria is no longer a champion, right? So he goes into these fights with Armin Tsarukyan. It could go either way. In other words, he could go and fight a co-main event where he has no pay-per-view points. Now, is it worth it? Maybe, if you get a title shot, but Islam wants him to earn it first. As a real legit 155er, Armin is the guy to do that. He could knock off Armin, to which Islam will never see Armin again. And Armin has to prove himself against Ilya Topuria, because he now lost a title shot that was literally in his wings during fight week. Really put that in perspective. Fresh here, Meliju says here, Ilya and Armin are banking on Islam moving up a division. You know what? If that's the case, right? Yes, they are going to have a vacancy in that belt, which means a vacancy in that belt will mean what? Ilya versus Armin? Possibly, because think about this, right? Islam right now is the consummate number one, undisputed, and literally the meaning of undisputed. You understand? Like, you cannot dispute the fact that he is number one. It's very hard to dispute that. Shout out to Alistair. He says, neckbeard, Alistair McLeod. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Shout out to you. What part of the world are you from? Alistair McLeod? Are you from the U.S.? Are you from Scotland? Sounds like a Scottish name, but then again, you never know. But yeah, on any regard, yeah, that would be the vacant 155 championship fight is Ilya and Arman Tsarukyan, because nobody can really challenge Islam right now, other than Arman Tsarukyan, right? He's probably, I think, number 1 or number 2 is Arman Tsarukyan. So you can't take that away from him at any degree, right? You can't take the number 1 spot away from Arman Tsarukyan at all. So you can't fight him with Islam either due to the politics. And what politics do I mean? To this guy makes a lot of sense, and I'm digging this. Caleb Shockey. Thank you, Caleb Shockey. I'm glad that you are appreciating this. So understand this, right? More on this particular topic at hand. By the way, I am where the Oakland A's play at right here at the Sutter Health Stadium right here. And right behind me is Sacramento and whatnot. So, all right. I told you guys, I do streams a little bit differently. Everybody likes to do them in the studio. I could do them in the studio as well. You've seen me do them in the studio. And I also go outside and, yeah, show you guys a thing or two about my city. So, heck yeah, I am an Oregon boy. Just sub. Hey, shout out to Caleb Shockey, my man. Shout out to Caleb Shockey. You know, we're all in the Northwest. You're in Oregon. I'm in the northern part of California, which is Sacramento. Life couldn't get any better. And we're here talking MMA. We're here talking professional wrestling and WrestleMania weekend all in the same. Now, usually they would have a WrestleMania separate from, what do you call it, the UFC. But now, obviously, they have to share Saturdays now, right? Now that they allow WrestleMania to have 2 nights, so now they have to share Saturday nights. Being that TKO is affiliated with the UFC, they're not going to trample each other anymore. So in other words, they're going to schedule themselves around each other. And I got to tell you, usually I would think that WrestleMania is usually right around early April or at least by the end of March. Okay, and I never thought that it would exceed this far into April, but I think the reason for that is the UFC. Zabit is coming back in 1 year. AJ Edits says, is that right? Is that right? I think he's in medical school right now, so maybe he's completing a residency of some sort. I think that is what's going on ultimately. I think he's trying to complete a residency, and within that residency, I think he's trying to, I think he's trying to like accomplish one goal at a time in a very decompartmentalized manner. So I think that's what's going on with Zabit right now. In other words, he wants to go at it one at a time, right? He wants to go at it one at a time. He wants to be a doctor first, or at least finish parts of that, and then go back to his fighting career. But I don't know how he's going to go about, or how that's going to happen, right? I don't know how that's going to help. Okay, so first let's talk about WrestleMania, the matches that they got going on here, right? And then we're going to go into more of Joe Rogan and Ilya Tutora, and then more MMA talk as we go on. Okay, so April 19th, which is tomorrow, right? Night 1 of WrestleMania. What do we got? Gunther versus Jey Uso. Now, obviously, Gunther is a new guy, and for those that are real wrestling fans that are watching this right now, please forgive me. I am now a casual of wrestling. Now, Jey Uso, from what I understand, is a guy who is a twin brother of one of the Usos, right? And that's also the same blood relatives of The Rock and Roman Reigns. And then they had this beef going on.
Hi. Play for an ultra?
Race you for an ultra?
Don't forget, there's ultras on the line. Woo! I didn't. Michelob Ultra, superior.
Wagner is sort of right about that, right? They're not exactly the type of people that fight alone, but they can do things alone. And here's the thing, right? You got to respect the Israelis for some of the assassinations that they've done over the years. Now, you guys remember the Berlin? Yeah, Wagner is sort of right about that, right?
Regarding Adin Ross and Shaquille O'Neal. Now, a lot of people are going to ask, why is this story significant? And it's important to ask that question because oftentimes when you are a content creator in the space of, let's say, MMA, or in this case, celebrity gossip, and even just political jargon gossip, such as people that follow everything that goes on in C-SPAN and MSNBC and all of these other political channels, such as Politico. The list goes on. The Economist. You guys know that particular niche, right? If you are within that space, yes, that is what you are going to follow. And that is what you are going to talk about. And if you are in that content creator space of that genre, well, oftentimes you're going to be labeled as a gossiper of some sort, right? But I tend to disagree on that, and probably because I have a different way of going about my content. For one, yes, do I do MMA content? Do I do content about California politics? Yes. Do I do content about sports or other forms of combat sports, such as boxing, Muay Thai, jiu-jitsu? Yes, all of these things are covered. I cover all of these things. But there's a bigger picture that I want people to understand, which is a life story and a life lesson within these life stories that we are talking about. So it's often important
to try and understand these particular matters at hand. Okay, so it is important to try and obtain a life lesson from every single story that you gather, from every single intel, from every single information that you grasp from any story that you're covering. It's always important to understand that there is a life lesson and a life story out of it. You want to know why? Here's why. It's important to understand that there is a life lesson in everything, because whatever it is that a person is going through, whether they are mega celebrities or people that are living on Skid Row, is that there is something that you can learn from them. For example, Tupac, as iconic as he is not really, how do I say this, a unicorn in terms of his life and how he died and how he went about conducting himself when he was alive, okay? It's not unique, Tupac's situation. In fact, all these rappers that you know that have been killed, Pop Smoke, PNB Rock, and by the way, that also correlates to all of this. You posted up in a park. I am, my man. Had a good little stretch this morning, had some, good little workout in the park. So I figured, why not do it where I'm at? Caleb says, hi, how you doing? So yeah, all of this is going to tie into the Big U and the Shaquille O'Neal situation as well. But what I'm trying to give in context with this intro is that there is a life lesson in every single situation that you can learn from gossiping stories or news articles and things of that nature. There is always a life lesson with that. And in the Tupac's case, as I was mentioning, he's not really all that unique. You see, there are many people that have lived his life very similar to how he lived and also very similar to how he died. But in between that, you can always learn a life lesson within Tupac's life trajectory and chronological order of how he had lived and how he had died. There's always something that you can learn. So now, going back to the story and the topic at hand with Shaquille O'Neal and Adin Ross. Now, for those of you that have seen the video of Adin Ross and Shaquille O'Neal, what happened? Adin Ross is a content creator, a streamer. He comes from this world of everything is a joke, everything is hee hee, ha ha, everything is funny and things of that nature. But he later realizes and thinks that maybe he can try and provoke Shaquille O'Neal. You look at Shaquille O'Neal, obviously he's a very imposing human being, even though he is a little bit older now. And the athleticism, if it was ever there, because in my humble opinion, he was just a big guy that got by with his size and his strength. And as a result, he is where he's at, unlike, let's say, Allen Iverson, somebody that had to really hone down their skills in order to compete with these bigger guys, right? But that's neither here or there. He's an imposing guy nonetheless at any age Shaquille O'Neal is at. So with that imposing type of persona and aura that Shaquille O'Neal has, why would you go and agitate him? Well, obviously, that is the main reason why Adin Ross decided to do exactly what he did. You see, if he goes and he agitates Shaquille O'Neal, what happens? After the agitation, he gets a reaction. And not only that, all that hard-earned money that he paid for to sit in a UFC front row cage side, which costs about maybe $4,000 to $6,000, becomes all worth it because now he can monetize off of that. Well, Shaq says, not so fast. I'm going to go and sue you. And then people are wondering, or they shouldn't really wonder, why Shaquille O'Neal would do this. He's not a thug. He's not a gangster in any kind of way. In fact, that's the reason why he got extorted by Big U in LA. And that's also the reason why he became a sheriff just right after he played in the NBA. Okay, what do we have here? Mime2 says, nah, Shaq, Hall of Fame, rare breed. Urban Brian Rizzo says, okay, Well, that is your opinion on that matter. Well, you know what? I'm going to have to agree with you on that. I'm going to tell you why. Because there's a lot of big men in Shaq's time, but they were not Shaq. I mean, there was Patrick Ewing, there was Luke Longley, who played in the Chicago Bulls back in 1996 during Jordan and Dennis Rodman's time. So they were all the same size, but they were not all the same talent. So maybe you have something there. Mime 2 says, Adin has always been that guy trying to dip his toes where it's not supposed to be. Correct. And you know what? He also tries to come off as very disarming in some kind of way, right? And Adin Ross tries to portray himself as a guy that is non-threatening, but yet at the same time will go out of his way to literally disrespect you. And this is where Shaq comes in. Shaq says, not so fast. I'm not going to deal with a thing like that. And you know what I'm going to do? This is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go and I'm going to sue you, because that's what civilized people do. That's what civilians do. Now, for those that are not in a gangster world, or you're not a cop, they would call you a civilian. For those that are not in the military and people that are opposite of the military, then you are what you would be considered a civilian. Or if you were in Iraq, you would be considered an insurgent fighting force, but that's neither here or there. So that's what Shaq is. Shaq decided, I'm going to go and sue you. So after he goes and he sues, so after Shaq goes and sues Adin Ross, what's going to happen out of this situation? Maybe not much. I mean, you're talking about dudes that are super millionaires, right? And if you have that type of money and you have that type of expenditure that really is nothing to you, then by all means, it's just tossing it up to content, which by the end of the day is really what Adin Ross is all about. See, you got to understand something about Adin Ross, right? This guy is, yes, just like what Mime 2 here said, Adin has always been that guy trying to dip his toes where it's not supposed to be. And why does he do that? Because that's what content creators do. That's what it comes down to when it's trying to push the limits. Now look at Logan Paul. Okay, you've seen what happened to him. He was a Vimeo star, and then he got into YouTube and things of that nature. He had to constantly up the ante every time, And it's gotten to the point where these guys are so mainstream now that you even forget that they've done foolish videos like this. So what does that tell you? That tells you that even though in the modern time right now and today, even though if Jake or Logan or any of those guys are no longer known for being pranksters or anything like that anymore, that tells you that being a prankster works to get you up in the mainstream, okay? So in other words, it may not seem like the most popular option right now, to act or behave that way, but you can't lie and say that none of these types of behaviors are incentivized in a certain manner. And they are absolutely incentivized. If they were not incentivized, then why else would somebody like KSI become such a mainstream hit the way that he is, right? Matthew Play to Minecraft here says, would you rather see a tree grow or no? Oh, man, you were going to try to set me up with that one, Matthew. Good job. Good job, my man. Nice try. But yeah, reading it out loud, what you said, reading it out loud would be very problematic. But leaving it on the chat, it's okay, because we understand the message that you're trying to say, but at the same time, we're also understanding that it's not against community guidelines to have that written in that type of form. But saying it out loud is definitely a violation of community guidelines. And for those of you that are wondering what I'm talking about right now, it's the latest comment from Matthew Plays Minecraft. Just read what he says. It's not illegal to read it. So in other words, it's not illegal to read it, but it's also, it's also not kosher to say it out loud. The message was he's trolling you. Okay, yes, I thank you for that observation, Uban, Brian Rizzo. Space Juice says, okay, well, Muhammad Khalid asks, who is the MMA GOAT? So to address Space Juice, right? I'm not even going to read your comment. I'm just going to have people read the comments for me, right? Because obviously I'm the one that's being featured right now. You're the one that's watching. So as a result of that, yeah, I'm just going to address you and have people read what you say and make people understand how ridiculous what you're trying to say by me trying to fire back at you with this. My brother, I do better in this country than most people that have been natives here or people that are so-called born citizens. That's a fact, okay? So for you to tell someone to get out of a situation where they're doing better than everybody shows that you're nothing more than a hater. So understand this. If you're one of these people that tells other people, oh, go back to your country or this and that, 9 times out of 10, you're talking to somebody that's doing better than you. Maybe that Indian doctor who has a better house than you, better job. That Chinese immigrant who came here with more assets than you, more money than you, more in the bank than you. That Arab guy who's from a royal family that does better than you. So, yeah, man. I mean, that's really the character that you show, is the type of character that is low class, uneducated, and quite frankly, just jealous of everybody that is doing better than you. Uban Brian Rizzo says, trolls pulling up now. Yeah, that's perfect. Bro, you don't need to say all that. You ain't Indian or Chinese nor an Arab royal. Okay. No, I'm neither of those things. I mean, obviously I'm Arab, but I'm not, an Arab royal to any degree. But yeah, you're right. But that's the bottom line, Space Juice, is that I think that I do better than most Americans out here. And you know what? Yeah, man, I'm not here to debate that with you in any kind of way. James Dillon says, just come here legally, don't commit crimes, and it's cool. Yeah, hey, James Dillon got the right idea right there, my man. Shout out to James Dillon. That is the right idea. You come here legally, okay? Again, I don't really have a dog in that particular fight, right? If you're coming here illegally, that's not my business, and you know what? I'm not a snitch or any, thing to that degree. So as a result of that, it's not my job to go and lock these people up or deport anybody. But me personally, I came here legally. I got all the types of papers and this and that. I am a citizen. My whole family is a citizen, and that's all you really need to know. And here I am creating content in beautiful Northern California, which is what? In the jurisdiction of America. And I couldn't be more happier. So, shout out to James Dillon on that. What's up with that beard too? I don't understand what is the question with like the choices of beards or this and that. It's funny that you're asking me about a beard, but let's say if you ran up on, some white biker dude that has a beard or this and that, would you be asking him the same question? Would you be asking some farm, hillbilly white boy that has a long beard similar to mine, or maybe a white Amish person? Would you ask them that same thing? I don't know. I don't think you would, but I think the reason why you're doing that is because you're trying to somehow elicit some kind of response out of me. And as a result of that, well, I understand. He says, no mustache reminds me of them Islamic people. Well, that's exactly what it is. That's the reason why we don't have a mustache, my friend, is because it is a way for us to, well, there's a hygiene, aspect of it as well. But then there's also, a religious component of identification and understanding who is who and what is what. So but yeah, man, shout out to Space Juice, because you know what? Listen, like I said, right? Any of you that come on my live chat and anything like that, you're welcome to say whatever you want to say. However, you also got to understand that by me allowing you to say what you want to say, you're also allowing yourself to be part of a civil discourse that talks about what are the right ideas and debate about them by giving metric, objective reasoning to our responses. So there you have it, right? You are allowed freedom of speech, but at the same time, your ass is going to get checked for facts, and that's just how we're going to do and go about it. So going back to the story at hand with Shaquille O'Neal and Adin Ross, right? So once again, Shaquille O'Neal is not a thug. He's not any of these types of things, or any types of stereotype that you would have of a black male of any sort, right? Nothing like that. In fact, this is the reason why he's acting in this type of course. Now, here's another situation that Adin Ross ran across with somebody else in LA that was completely a different situation. Okay, hit the like button right now if you want me to tell you a story about Adin Ross getting into it with some Crips down in LA. So here we go, right? What is this? James Dillon says, thoughts on people saying they hate America but want to come here and live here? Well, you know what? That's a very good question, James Dillon. I love that question. One Love says, so if you wasn't born here, why not go back? One Love says. Well, One Love, I'm going to tell you, I come from an extremely war-torn region of Libya. So you try living there. Prior to all of that, obviously under Gaddafi, you could have your own political opinions about Gaddafi. I certainly do. But the man took care of his people in a way where he shared the wealth of the country and provided it for the people in ways that many people are just never going to understand if you didn't live there. So that is why. But I want to answer James Dillon's question right here, right? Thoughts on people saying why they hate America and want to come here and live here. So, James, that's a very good question. And I'm going to answer it with this, right? It's a very complicated answer. And I'm going to tell you why. For one, are there people out there that come from refugee, war-torn countries that come here and are thankful to come here? Yes, they are. Are there people that come from destitute situations from around the world and then they come here and live a better life? Yes, there are. However, does that also equate to, let's say, the criticism that they have for the government? Because ultimately, what many people have against America is not so much of the great movies that are made here or the particular products that are better in America than elsewhere. Like, for example, obviously this is an MMA channel, so let's just call it what it is. America has the best MMA in the world right next to the Russians and the Dagestanis, and Bo Nickel will absolutely vouch for that idea, right? So it is not America that people hate necessarily, it is the government. And you know what? These people who have criticisms for the government, they're not that different than the MAGA, the liberal, or the libertarian types, right? They're not really that different. They have a grievance that may be different or similar to yours. So I think it's more like misdirected hatred, if that explains it, James Dillon. Please respond back and let me know if I answered that question to the best of my ability, my man. And then James WT here says, sometimes I feel like a black woman trapped in a white filled with oh wow, okay, so that's an interesting comment right there by James White. Okay, so just remember, guys, keep the comments respectful. Obviously, that's good banter on James White. Obviously, there are some things that I can read, but then there are some things that I can only allow on the chat. That's something I can allow on the chat, but it's not something I'm going to read out loud because it would just make me sound very ridiculous. So, again, very good questions. So let's keep them coming on this live chat, right? While we also talk about the topic at hand. So Adin Ross, we're going to talk about Adin Ross and his conflict that he had with some LA Crips. So there's this guy named AD, right? He used to be a No Jumper co-host, not to be mistaken with Brick Baby, who's currently locked up with Big U, right, on the Rolling 60s, charges that were going on, right? So AD got on a live stream. He has his own live stream. He's been doing his own podcast after he departed with Adam 22 and No Jumper. And then what had happened was that he went on with Adin Ross at a live stream. They started talking ish or this and that. And AD said something to the effect, hey, you know what? Security gets popped all the time, B. Security gets popped all the time, B. And you know what Adin Ross said? He's like, you know what? You guys really want to go throw away your ishy little lives or this and that? Well, go ahead, go to jail or this and that. So basically, fighting them as a civilian, because you know what? If you're a gangster and you're threatening other gangsters, they're not going to respond to you in that kind of manner, right? They're going to respond to you in a very aggressive manner, in a matter where they are ready to fight, in a matter where they are ready to throw hands with you. And that is primarily the reality of that situation, right? But you're dealing with Adin Ross. As I mentioned earlier with Shaquille O'Neal, what was Shaquille O'Neal? Shaquille O'Neal is nothing more than a civilian. He's a civilian, and not only that, he's a guy that became a cop when he left the NBA. He became a sheriff somewhere in Florida, which, by the way, leads me to the story of Big U extorting or allegedly extorting Shaquille O'Neal. Now, look, here's the thing with Big U, right? I'm not going to speak on an open case that is going on. I'm not going to do that at all. All of these things are alleged accusations on Big U, but what I will say is that historically, it is not that uncommon for gangs in LA to do that to celebrities. So in other words, these are the type of celebrities that want to hang out in the hood. Now think about the type of celebrities that want to hang out in the hood. Do you think Leonardo DiCaprio wants to hang out in the hood in LA? No. Even though he likes rap music and hip hop, he would never do that. Tom Hanks' son, who is known to be a wigger, would he ever do that? No, because he knows and understands the cautionary tales that come with that. So who are the type of people that like to hang out with LA gangsters? Well, we can name several. There's Chicago rappers. There's celebrities that, let's say, are gangster rappers from other states. Oh, wow. There's Dubs, man. Shout outs to Dubs. What's cracking? My man, Dubs. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm so hyped right now, man. I am so hyped that my man Dubs just tapped in to my live stream. Oh, man. I had Jesse on Fire tap into my live stream. He sent me a super chat. I had Dubs tap into my live stream. I had MMA Holes tap into my live stream. Obviously, Tyann Booth and things of that nature. So, yeah, man. So, going back to it, just understand this, right? It's not that of an uncommon practice, but who are the type that want to hang out with these type of guys? They are usually guys that are rappers from other states. Maybe they have a brand name affiliation with them, or maybe not, right? Look, put it this way. If you have a certain mind and you have a certain type about you, you're just the type that's going to go and hang out with these types of guys. And if you do that, they're going to expect something in return. Okay, now why are they going to expect something in return? Well, let's just be honest, right? Are LA gangs really known for, how do I say this? A Scarface type of drug dealing or anything like that historically, other than what's his name? Rick Ross, right? And then Rick Ross doesn't really have a strong hood affiliation, or maybe has several, I don't know, but that's neither here or there. The point is, LA's economy is known for exactly that. Okay, that is what they do. And then if they're not doing that, look at the Pop Smoke situation. They're doing stuff like that. That's what they do. You guys know what I'm talking about with the Pop Smoke situation. He got caught lacking and got ran up on, and as a result, well, that's yeah, man. That's what they do in that part of the world. So Shaquille O'Neal was involved, or allegedly, according to Big U, was involved with these situations. And now here we are with Shaquille O'Neal getting smacked by Adin Ross, which is the most funniest thing in the world, okay? Because, and I understand what Adin Ross is trying to do in this situation, what he's trying to portray. This is what he's trying to portray. Adin Ross is trying to portray this harmless, disarmed little Jewish white boy and smacking up this scary big black dude, and he knows that Shaq is not going to do anything. That's the crazy part about this. Because let's be honest, right? Shaq is a square. Can we agree with that? I mean, that's obviously not news here, right? Shaq joined the police force right after his NBA career. And look, man, I don't judge that on this man or anything like that. It's his life. But I'm just telling you this for educational purposes of understanding Shaquille O'Neal's mind trajectory. So, of course, Adin Ross is going to do that. Do you think Adin Ross would do that to Big U in person? Do you think he would do that to AD, the guy that he had that little online beef with? He would never do that. So, because of that, he's going to do that only to a selective group of people. He does that to preppy white boys. He does that to the Nelk boys. He does that to fighters that he knows are not, about that life. He does that to people that he knows he can get away with. Do you notice when he did content with the Dagestanis that he was very much kind? Okay, he was very kind. You understand? He was very kind. And with good reason. Because what do you think the Dagestanis will do to you if you act up around them? You think they're going to respond in a very cordial manner? You think that these guys are going to play by the rules of America or things of that nature? No, not at all. Not at all. And he knows and understands that. So as a result, he tried his luck. He tried his luck. And he knew that Shaquille O'Neal would not do anything. Now, here's the thing. Would Adin Ross have known that Shaquille O'Neal was going to sue him? I think in the back of his mind, yes. And the reason why is because he's looking at this like, hey, it's Trump change. So, for example, let's say there's a settlement of perhaps maybe like $2 million, right? What's $2 million to Adin Ross? Dude, this guy, Adin Ross, he gave President Trump, what do you call it, a Tesla. This is so weird to me. This is very weird to me. Right? Space Juice says Shaq should grow up. Well, you know what, Space Juice? That's an interesting comment there, right? Is it Shaq or is it Adin Ross that should grow up, or both? Let me know on the comment section below. Adin Ross gave Trump a Tesla. That's weird. That is weird to me. I'm going to tell you why that's weird, because it's Trump who should be giving you a Tesla. You understand? And if it was Trump that gave you a Tesla or gave you a car, even gave you a Lamborghini or a Bugatti, that's not that weird. It's not really that weird to get a gift from Trump. But if you're Adin Ross, and I understand you're Adin Ross, a multi-millionaire streamer, but you're giving a multi-billionaire a gift, and that's kind of weird. Space Juice says both. Okay, so that's reasonable right there. Adin Ross hasn't grown up from his teenage angst pranking days that he does as a streamer. And as for Shaquille O'Neal, well, I don't know what Shaquille O'Neal really did in this situation, right? I mean, is it because he sued him? Oh, okay. So answer that question, right? Is it because of the lawsuit that that kind of makes him immature in that type of choice, right? Like, was it an immature choice for him to do so? Space Juice says, but that's who Adin Ross is in general. He is a troll. Yes. Okay. So so here's the thing, right? I told you Shaq is not a gangster type of dude, right? So he can't just go and straight up, punch Shaq. Or I'm sorry, Shaq just can't go and straight, give him a right hand to the face or anything like that. He's not going to do that. Shaquille O'Neal is not going to do that. So what is the next best course of action he's going to do? Is he going to call the police? No, probably not, because how would it look that even though he's a civilian himself, he's still 7 foot tall, you're allowing this kid to smack you, and then you got to go tell the cops about it? It's a little embarrassing. So he does the next best thing, which is give him a lawsuit. And here's the thing, right? Gangsters, at least that I've seen in the hip hop world, they've sued each other over copyrights of music and videos and things of that nature, right? It does happen in that world, but it's like, it just seems like an honorable business procedure more than it would be in in Shaq's world, where if he was to call the police on Adin Ross, or better yet, even just go through with his lawsuit. So yeah, I completely agree with you on on some things of that particular level. So yeah, so let's recap all the things that we had talked about for the last 33 minutes, right? And by the way, shout outs to Dubs for tapping in my channel right here. I mean, this is obviously a great honor for me. You know what I mean? To have Dubs, man, the legendary Dubs, man. Oh man, Dubs tapped into my channel. This is great, man. This is another one of these classic episodes right here. Nah, I just saw the video. Why did Shaq let him do him like that? Laughing my ass off. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. It ain't fake. No, it's not fake at all, man. Shaq is a genuine dude. There's yeah, that reaction was real. And that's what Adin Ross does, man. That's what he does. You're right. He's a troll. It's what he does. And yeah, unfortunately, now he's going to pay for it severely. Not with a right cross to the face by Shaquille O'Neal in any kind of capacity, but by the long arm of the law, and by the long arm of the law on the civil side of things. Because obviously, if Shaq was to file criminal charges on Adin Ross, it would be very bad, bro, in his reputation. Even though he's a cop himself, right? Let's not forget, man, Shaquille O'Neal is a police officer. People forget, man. People forget. But he's definitely a police officer. Space Juice says, Shaq let him slap food off his hand and hold his head like a basketball. That's crazy. Playboy says, yo, bro, what's going on, my Playboy? My man tapping in with us right now, man. We have Playboy tapping in with us, Space Juice, and of course, Dubs. James WT, James Dillon earlier, One Love. That's One Love, the screen name. Uban, Brian Riso, Matthew plays Minecraft, Mime 2, and Caleb earlier in the stream. So yeah, that is who has been tapping into the channel. So yeah. That is what we got for this particular topic today. We talked about Shaquille O'Neal, Adin Ross, the history behind content creators, right? And why they go and do these things to try to up the ante every time, right? It's what they did. This is what Logan got in trouble for in 2017. He was trying to up the ante, so he decided he's going to go fly in Japan, film a bunch of people that have committed suicide, and then all of a sudden, all his sponsorships, just like that, gone off the face of the earth, gone. Okay? Send Adin Ross to Dagestan and forget. You know what? There's a video of Islam Makhachev and Adin Ross training. I don't know if you've seen that, but Adin Ross wanted to feel the choke of Islam Makhachev and see how long he would last. And yeah, so I don't know if that's much training. Bump 2 says oil up. Nah, not even Dagestan can fix this mother effer. Nobody can fix him, Playboy says. Yeah, that's really real about that, right? Nobody's going to be able to fix Adin Ross, because Adin Ross is incentivized to be a jackhole. And that's exactly what happened to Logan Paul in 2017 when he got canceled for the Japan situation. But you know what? The blessing of that is Logan Paul got into combat sports due to that cancellation. Everybody canceled him, all his sponsors. The Rock didn't want nothing to do with him, which, by the way, now that they're both in the WWE, they should make a storyline about that. And speaking of the WWE, guys, I'm going to be covering WrestleMania this Saturday and Sunday. So tap into the live stream as well for that. What is this right here? I don't know why, but Ali Abdelaziz let Islam do that with an interview with Adin Ross. Space Juice says, I'm very surprised about that as well, Space Juice. I'm going to tell you why, because let's just say that Ali Abdelaziz, as an Egyptian, Sunni, Muslim, Arab man, is very suspicious of people of certain persuasions. You understand? And yeah, that I was surprised that he allowed that interview as well. So yeah, I'm very surprised about that too. Space Juice Bump 2 says, me and Adin Ross are, oh my goodness. I'm not going to read the rest of that, but I will keep it up because it doesn't really violate community guidelines, but it's definitely a violation of my sensibilities. Let's just put it like that. Can I see your eagle? Okay, it's eagle spread. Bump 2. That's tapping in the line a little bit, my man. All right, so let's try to keep this a little appropriate, shall we? Playboy says, who is next for Taporia, my guy? Okay, great question. Who is next for Taporia? It's more than likely going to be Charles Oliveira, okay? Because I don't know if Islam is going to take up this fight. And by the way, right now, we're really not going to realistically know until the Bilal Muhammad fight. That's really what it comes down to. We have to wait for the results of Bilal Muhammad and JDM. And I don't even know why Islam would entertain the idea that Bilal Muhammad could lose to JDM. But he says that, you know what, I guess maybe he's trying to avenge that loss. So really, that whole entire fight is predicated on JDM and Bilal Muhammad, the Ilia Topuria and Islam fight. Now, if Ilia Topuria becomes impatient with this whole entire process, then they're going to have Charles Oliveira as an early replacement, right? So in other words, here's Ilia Topuria. I want to get active. UFC says, no, you got to wait for Islam Makhachev. And then Ilia Topuria says, I want to get active right now. All right, we'll throw you in there with Charles Oliveira. And then even worse, maybe they'll throw them in with Arman Sarukian, or I don't know if they want to risk losing that particular fight because Arman could beat Ilia Topuria, and that's a whole other conversation. How about Joe Rogan's interview with Ilia Topuria? I thought that was very interesting. Ilia Topuria talking about his background. Obviously, Spanish MMA is coming up. It's a great sporting culture that they have in Spain, right? Obviously, going back to the days of bullfighting, but then you take it back also to the days of soccer. Soccer is an English sport, but the Spanish, man, they made it cool. Okay, just like low riding is, let's just say that low riding was started by one group of people, and then a whole different group of people made it cooler, and then a whole other different people made it cooler, so on and so forth. So it's football, not soccer, Urban Uban Brian Risso says. Would you, oh man, no, I wouldn't. Would you rather fight a horse? Uban asks, would you rather fight a horse sized duck or duck sized horses? Oh, okay, interesting question. I guess I'll try my luck with a horse, right? I know the horse could probably kick me once and I'll go flying, but I guess I could try my luck by, moving around it. So, yeah. So, all right, guys, we got about, just a couple more minutes for this quick live stream that we got going on in the morning. What else did we talk about? So, Shaquille O'Neal, yeah, his mingling with Big U. Man, I got to tell you, let's address the Big U situation. For those of you that don't know, right, Big U was the former manager of Nipsey Hussle. And when he was the manager of Nipsey Hussle, then he was also accused of sort of unaliving him, allegedly, right? Well, now he's facing a RICO charge, and he's 58 years old, and the charges they're talking about like 30 years that they're going to pile on him, right? Which means that if he gets convicted, it's damn near life for him in prison, and that's crazy to me. That is crazy to me. I don't want to speak too much on that situation because it's still an ongoing situation. And like what I said earlier in the beginning, right? I wanted to use MMA, talking about fighting, talking about geopolitics, talking about local politics, as a way to convey a life story for everybody, right? To convey a lesson within these life stories. That's what I'm trying to give to the world, right? Our life lessons, because you want to become beyond just the sport. Most of the time, they want to push this idea of, all right, so bump 2, I'm gonna have to block you for that one, my man. Sorry. I'm gonna put you on timeout for 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna make you think about what you have done. So there you have it. Bump 2. Sorry. Not sorry. You should be sorry, Joe. Sorry ass. But anyways, yeah. Okay. So I wanted to convey a life lesson to everything, right? And here's a life lesson that we can learn from Adin Ross and Shaquille O'Neal, right? Know what kind of fight you're getting into. Yes, that is the message for this whole entire live stream. Know what kind of fight you are getting into. Damn, R.I.P. Bump. Brother kept it solid, Uban said. Yeah, he did. Know what kind of conflict you're getting into. In other words, if you're going to get into it with somebody who is from the streets, somebody who is about that life, somebody who lives by that code, just understand what exactly you are dealing with. When you want to face these people in any kind of way, you got to understand what you are dealing with when you are dealing with somebody that is willing to sue you. Because I've had some of these types of issues before, right? Where I ran across people that are not about any life whatsoever. They're not about the fight life. They're not about the street life or anything like that. And I've gone after them only to suffer certain consequences, whether that would be lawsuits or getting kicked out of gyms or things of that nature, right? This is a reality of life. So you have to know what you're dealing with and what kind of combat you are facing. Just like if you're going overseas, or if you're going into a war-torn country, or if you're going into a volatile region, you got to know what kind of fight you're getting into. Adin Ross, I think, knew exactly what kind of fight he was getting into, and that's the message that I'm trying to convey here. As idiotic as he is, he's also a very methodically minded psychopath. Really, that's the reality of it. Damn, you running fades, man, back to back, bro. You can lock the locks, but can't stop the locks. Free bump. Yeah, running fades. Yeah, man. I tell you what, man. You ask anybody in Sacramento, in the Stockton or Sacramento area that knows who I am, there ain't one that I ain't ever ducked, right? You know, since 2007, since I moved out to the Stockton, Sacramento area, there hasn't been many of those that I've ducked, right? I've answered all of them, and yeah, so that's what you got to do. You got to know what kind of fight you're getting into, right? In the streets, I knew what kind of fight I was getting into. In the cage, I knew what kind of fight I was getting into. I've done Muay Thai tournaments. I've done an MMA fight. I've done an amateur boxing fight in New Jersey. I've also done wrestling as a kid. I've competed in Taekwondo since I was 10 years old in a competitive level. So I've always known and understand what type of fights I was going to get myself into in whatever situation. Adin Ross is exactly that. He knew exactly what kind of fight he was getting himself into, and as a result of that, he was able to he was able to just get a lawsuit out of Shaq and then monetize off of his misery, or at least Shaq's misery in this particular matter. So, all right, guys, we're going to go for a drive right now. I feel like going for a drive. I'm going to show you guys around Sacramento. Stay tuned, okay? We're going to keep the stream going with a drive around Sacramento and right in the downtown area, and then maybe we'll have a bonus topic or a bonus subject right after the drive. So I would say this isn't the end of the live stream, but I'm going to say we're going into bonus live stream right now. All right, so come follow me. Welcome back, Bump. Welcome back. Come enjoy this ride. All right, Bump, that's another 5-minute penalty on your part, okay? I'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, guys, stay tuned because on a top of the hour, as this stream goes into the 1 hour stream, we're going to do a little bit of a bonus content that may be just a bonus content of 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, who knows. But no matter how long it is, it's bonus content and it's right on top of the hour. We'll see you in a bit. Enjoy this ride out in downtown Sacramento. All right. So we are now in the bonus section of this live stream. As I said, I was going to go about an hour, and this is past the hour mark. So we are now in the bonus stream, or a future video that you're going to see later down the road, and being recorded right now as we speak. So what is the topic at hand? It is Belal Muhammad versus JDM. Straight off the bat, you probably are thinking that, hey, you know what? I'm probably just going to be biased about this, but I just don't see any world where JDM can win this fight, and for several reasons. There's the technical reasons that we could go into, which, by the way, I think is very important to try and understand. But there's also the other aspect of preparation. Preparation that I don't think Team JDM has going on the way that Belal Muhammad has it going on. Okay, Belal Muhammad right now is with Khabib. That only brings positive results for his career trajectory as a long-standing champion. And certainly the fact that JDM doesn't even have the skill set really to handle Belal in any kind of way, I think that in and of itself is already a loss for JDM. That's already a loss for JDM. But man, it's, what is this? Because in Paris, jorking there. Okay. Shout outs to Bump 2. Well, welcome back, my man. You know, man, this trolling of this guy is absolutely relentless. I got to give it to you, my man. Bump, who do you have winning? Let's end the stream together right now. Who do you have winning, JDM or Belal Muhammad? You got 60 seconds to answer. Because I just don't see a world where JDM is going to be able to beat Belal Muhammad in any kind of way. The wrestling's too good. The preparation is too good. And here's another thing that I wanted to mention about JDM, right? The guy had to set up a GoFundMe to have his whole entire team come to the fight. You got to put that in perspective. Okay, JDM says because he puts, okay, me and, all right, that's a good one. And with that note, we may have to close out the stream on that one, or you know what, we'll just stay and chit chat for a bit, kind of interact and see what is going on in the world of combat sports. That's great to hear. That is great to hear. That is great to hear. Good for you. And you know what you get out of that? A 5-minute rest. 5 minutes of rest. There you have it. See you in 5 minutes. I'll still be on for beyond this 5 minutes. If not, then whatever. But yeah. Okay. What else is going on in the world of combat sports that we could discuss? They have the boxing Grand Prix hosted by Turkey today. I don't really know too much about that or what the rules are or the implications. But obviously, they're hard at work when it comes to building a new boxing library of different fights right now. They could possibly get a future contender or a future star out of this, sort of like the Contender Series, sort of like what Dana White does with the Ultimate Fighter and the Contender Series. He also does Looking for a Fight, but that's a little bit different, right? Looking for a Fight is a little bit different than the Contender Series or the Ultimate Fighter. So, yeah. But it's a different platform. I think there was a thing called prize fighters where they tried to do the same thing in boxing before. So, yeah, that'll be interesting to say the least, right? Whatever comes up out of that. All right. Well, on that regard, that is all that we really have for this one. We went about 1 hour and 5 minutes of this live stream. I think that's good enough for the day. I want to give a shout out to everyone that it's tapped in, that has given a good contribution in the comments. Also, shout out to Dubs, the official Dubs channel. Well, one of his channels at least came in here and shouted me out. So that's always good. It's been a great live stream. Hope you guys have a good one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in my next comment.
All right, so we are live right now. We are about to do a Cali crash out stream where we react to all the crazy car chases that are going around California and elsewhere. But the reason why I like doing this is because I don't really see a lot of people covering it in that kind of commentary, reactionary type of matter. For example, every day there is content that you can get out of local news, whether it's in Sacramento, LA, San Francisco, the Bay Area, Oakland, or maybe even Fresno. There's always some sort of crazy action going on. And I want to feature that in the world as we are live right now for WrestleMania 41 reaction, but also the Cali live stream for the pregame. Here we go. And for those of you that are tapped into the future, into this separate video, don't forget to like and subscribe. And everybody on the live stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. Present, future, everything in between. Let's get to the action. What is different about this? Nothing really different in terms of a traffic stop. It's somebody that is going way above the speed limit. So as a result of that, he's being chased by the police, and well, now they're going to pursue him until they can't. So
situations.
Or just got ran over, or just decided to give up.
Smooth, sophisticated feel, refined look. But these napkins aren't just...
All right, so that ends that. Let's go to another one right here. This one, armed robbery, this one. All right, so this is the commentary version of this particular part of the session that I'm showing you right now, right? So oftentimes, one of the things that I always tell people that compete in combat sports is that they really have to train within the patterns that are functional to their sport. So as I was saying earlier, right, you got to have the right functional patterns that you are training for, right? So here's the question: why is it that in 2025 I still see fighters train bodybuilding, which is I think is absolutely ludicrous to the highest order, right? Because none of those movements, whether it would be bench press, especially curls, I mean, that right there is just the most useless type of workout there is, right? And then even the other conventional type of workouts that are sort of within the realm and tradition of bodybuilding, or, you know, as the bro heads like to say, you know, trying to get big and this and that. Uh, None of it honestly helps in combat sports whatsoever, right? There's not any particular uh footwork or movement that you are doing that is within uh the line of the sport that you are trying to get used to. So in other words, like, at what point of a fight do you look at and say, well, I'm going to need to learn how to bench press somebody off me, right? Oftentimes, never, right? If you watched it enough, if you trained it long enough, you know that there's a certain pattern of movements that don't work. So, what you're seeing is an example of functional training patterns. Like, are these the type of movements that you would often see in a fight or in a situation where you are in a fight? Like, for example, look at this. You see the bear crawling right now, right? What happens after this bear crawl? Then you go right into a sled push. What is that exactly working on? Well, for one, it's helping you with your grappling strength, with your grappling endurance, being able to use your body mechanics while also being able to have enough strength to push through in a certain pattern of movements that you are trying to accomplish. So, once again, oftentimes, if you watch this long enough, or if you train this long enough, you realize that there are just some things that really serve no purpose in combat athletics. But here's the thing, right? I think there is a good reason for why there is still this, you know, thought process. It's because, look, what you're seeing, this is hard to do. This is not easy to do, right? Like, imagine having to test your leg strength and your durability and athletic ability while also working on your techniques at the same time, being able to have enough lactic acid to have enough strength to fight on, let's say, in the later rounds. That's exhausting. Well, I'm starting to say that's really what a fight is. I don't know what a fight is to other people, but the way that they perceive it to be is something that is idealistic to their reality. Of course, oftentimes you run across somebody with, let's say, the right style, right motion, and then you say to yourself, "Oh, you know what? I can take this guy, and I can take this guy in a very easy way. I'll just circle around him, or just hit him with jabs, or this and that, and nothing more, nothing less." Right? Uh Sometimes it's not that easy, because in one fight you can get into with somebody, it's fairly easy where you can just move around them, circle around them, And then in another fight, you could be in an environmentally factored situation, such as, let's say, how about fighting in high elevation, sort of like what you saw a couple of weeks ago at UFC Mexico, or in other events that you've seen in Colorado or Utah, high elevation, even up in Reno, right? There's high elevation in that particular part of the world. So these things factor in. Okay. So with those factors, you got to understand that every fight is going to be different. So you have to prepare for the worst. What is the worst? What is the worst out of fighting? A lot of people will not believe exactly what it is. You know what it is? The worst out of fighting is the wrestling grind. It's the worst out of fighting. Because think about this. If you fight in boxing range, kickboxing range, you can sort of square up in a matter where you can relax for a little bit. Okay, like let's say you're in a scrap or in a boxing match or in a kickboxing match or whatever it may be. You can relax in those moments. There's a lot of moments in there where you can relax, right? I've been in fight competitions where I was thinking about a whole wide range of different things other than the fight while it was going on, and oftentimes those were in resting positions, such as when you are, let's say, grinding up against somebody against the cage, right? That's a resting position. Just like fighting out of range, that's a resting position in and of itself, right? You're not letting somebody get near you, so you're sort of pushing the range or the distance away from your opponent, right? So there's a period of rest there. So that right there is the easier parts of fighting. The harder parts of fighting is once you get clinched up against somebody. Okay? But I tell you what, if you're a grinder, meaning that you like to clinch, you like to push up against a cage, you like to wrestle, I'm telling you, there's people out there that don't train for that, and you will almost see the BITCH in them once you push them to that brink. And you've seen it in other fights. Okay, you've seen it with Khabib and Conor. You've seen it with you've seen it with Islam and Moicano. I mean, yeah, that was a squash match in and of itself. You've seen it with Khabib and Michael Johnson. You've seen it with George St. Pierre and a whole range of people that he's just grinded to a decision, right? But that is the harder part of fighting. So how do you prepare for the hardest part of fighting? Well, obviously you work on lactic acid, you work on explosion. So why is it important to work on explosion on top of your lactic acid tolerance? Because here's the thing, right? Once you break away from the clinch, once you break away from the grind, you got to be able to explode and explode in multitudes of ways, right? In other words, throw a flying knee at them or have enough speed to throw a Superman punch or have enough speed to throw a spinning back kick or anything. Because once you break away from that clinch position, that's really where the BICTH comes out in a lot of people, meaning, oh man, great. This is a great moment to rest right now. But you can alter and offset that by throwing something in between. And that is where having explosive training along with your lactic acid buildup sort of helps as well. But it's taxing. It's it's a very taxing way of training. But if you want an advantage, that's what you're going to get out of those situations. All right, so they have an intro to WrestleMania right now. They are about 5 minutes away from the main show. Hey, how about this? It is Dana White that is doing the cold opening for the UFC. But yeah, so what you're seeing out of this training module right here, uh, it's simulating a ground and pound position, right? What kind of pressure or what kind of strength you can pull while you are on the ground, while you're on top of someone in a full guard position, but also being able to, let's say, get up at the same time. That's why I sort of incorporated the aspect of uh, getting up at the same time and shooting up a little explosive, power lift position. So, and then following up after that, you do a sled push to put you into that grind. See, what's great about a sled push is that it is literally simulating almost what you do when you are shooting in on someone, right? So it kind of strengthens your particular strength in that department. So that's why I say, right, when you're doing bench presses for combat sports and things of that nature, it's like you got to ask yourself, what is this working on in terms of overall strength in a functional matter? Oh, wow. There's Con. Oh, wow. This is a cold opening they got going on right now. This is a cool little opening. They got the UFC. They got Mike Tyson's old fights. They got all the old Vegas fights they had going on. Wow, I can't believe it is Dana White. It is Dana White that is doing a cold opening here. And obviously a little shadow boxing over here. Dana White in WrestleMania. All right, so they have they're doing the anthem right now. So yeah, we'll get on with the coverage in just a second. All right. So speaking of functional training patterns, yes. So what this sort of simulates right here is how you transition yourself from full guard, half guard to side control and everything in between, right? So once again, you know, the idea of functional pattern movements. All right, so we got Gunther and Jey Uso in the main event. Now they have the cold opening for WrestleMania right now. They got a cool little opening right now. All right, so more promo and more intro. All right, y'all, welcome to the WrestleMania live stream. All right, so I can't believe that this is the first matchup, but okay. And then obviously Turkey El-Sheikh is in the house, so there has to be something behind that. So here we go. Jey Uso is being announced right now. All right. First matchup ready to go. All right, so here we go. The beginning of the matchup, they lock up, and let's see where this goes and what storyline brings up out of this matchup. All right, so far just lockups and just a whole lot of fake stuff, obviously, right? But yeah, nothing really going on. Just trying to build up a story into the matchup right now, at least just from how I understand wrestling to be. Probably, okay, so there's a false pinfall right there. It's like one of these situations where they're building up into an exciting matchup. You're going to see a lot of false finishes as it goes on and on and on. And yeah, the story continues.
Vegas. Maybe you're wondering how we'll stack up against the other big events like, say, the Las Vegas Grand Prix and the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, News 3 Steve Wolford has more on that from the event's main venue. He is at Allegiant Stadium.
The economic impact of WrestleMania 41 is likely not going to light up the scoreboard like we saw with the Formula One race.
All right, so we're watching this right now as Jey Uso and Gunther are having a matchup.
With the Super Bowl with $884 million and $1 billion respectively. But according to Brian Yost, the chief operating officer with the LVCVA, it should still bring in 180,000 WWE fans to Las Vegas with an economic impact in the neighborhood of $215 million. That includes the wrestling here at Allegiant Stadium, as well as other events like the Fan Fest at the Las Vegas Convention Center. The other important aspect of WrestleMania 41 is it builds on our resume as the entertainment and sports capital of the world.
I mean, this has to be a historic event, just that alone, with the statistics they mentioned, right?
WrestleMania and Las Vegas are brands seemingly matched for each other. The excitement, the glitz, the glamour of WrestleMania with the sports and entertainment capital of the world is a match made in heaven. And we're really, really happy that we could bring the two together this week and over the course of the weekend for the two WrestleMania events at Allegiant Stadium.
I also spoke about WrestleMania 41 with Nancy Lowe. She's a sports management and marketing professor at UNLV. She says, regardless what you think about professional wrestling, their fans are true fanatics. And she said, kudos to WWE for playing to a diverse group of people and how to bridge sports and entertainment so well.
Wow. Yeah. 215 million impact for Las Vegas. That's crazy. All right, and the matchup with Gunther and Jey Uso continues on. More false finishes and waiting on the result. Yo, that is crazy. Jey Uso won by rear naked choke. That is crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, man. You know what? Here's the thing. I can believe that Jey Uso was going to win this, but I swear to you, I never would have imagined that Jey Uso was going to win this with a rear naked choke of some sort, right? It didn't even cross my mind that something like that could be a possibility, but it is. So shout out to Jey Uso for getting it on this one. Uso. Yeah, really happy for Jey Uso on that one. Look, there's his brother right there celebrating with him. So what is this going to mean later down the road? I mean, look, man, this is his first solo trip, right? So had to win it. It was in Vegas. It's in the West Coast. Why would he not win it? All right, so Fatal Fury, obviously, that is one of these things that Turkey El-Sheikh is promoting. Who's this? Rick Rubin. There's Rick Rubin in the house right there. There's Chris Angels right there. And who's this dude? I have no idea. I'm not a football guy, but all right. You know, for all the football guys out there that are like, yeah, I know who he is, man. Yeah. All right, so up next, we got the Tag Team Championship. All right, so there just seems to be a lot more commercials right now. Not really a lot going on. Oh, what is that? Canada Dry? How about that? The WWE is sponsored by Canada Dry. I wish I had some Canada Dry right now. Dang it! And they're sponsored by WrestleMania! Canada Dry! And you know what? I happen to not have Canada Dry at a time that they're actually sponsoring it. Since it's a wrestling day, I'm going to get my Joe Cronin on. All right, so more commercial. I guess this is the trade-off with Peacock going with the WBE is getting a lot of these commercials in, right? There's Pat McAfee getting at it with Xavier right there. All right, the War Raiders. Man, look at these dudes. These dudes are what every white nationalist envisioned themselves to be. And it's kind of great that they're fighting Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods, so there's like a racial element behind it as well. So yeah, that's the whole entire gimmick they got going on, are Vikings. And I don't know what Kofi Kingston and Xavier got going on right now. I know that when I first started seeing them band up together, they were like this, I don't know, like stomp a yard drumline type of people or something. And then they transition into like these gospel choir boys or something like that. And then I don't know, man, you know, there's always an evolution to a character in wrestling over the years. It's never like the same, you know, type of character every time. They always switch it up. All right, so obviously a traditional tag team matchup. All right, 5 hours, 31 minutes, and 30 seconds into the stream. And New Day is now the new tag team champions of the world. And how did they do it? There's a knee right there by the War Raiders. Oh, he gets tripped out of the ropes right there, falls on his head. And then there's a double action right there by Kofi Kingston. And, and look, they're holding on to the leg. A little bit of a heel move right there by the New Day and Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston there. But nonetheless, they are now the World Tag Team Champions once again for what is that now? Like maybe the 20th time? I mean, Kofi and Xavier have won so many tag team championships together. This is, yeah, man. But either way, congrats to them. There's the son of Ice Cube right there, O'Shea Jackson. And who's this? Jackson Jr. All right, so here's the next matchup. I don't know too much about this matchup. I am familiar with this performer. I believe she's a bad guy now or a heel, right? So we'll see where this storyline and this match goes. I believe she's now the wife or sister-in-law of the world champ, right? So a bit of an adrenaline dump and then an adrenaline up, right? You celebrate that and then you go in and you do your own matchup. So, you know, I mean, you see that in the UFC all the time. I mean, you've seen Adesanya lose a lot of his fighters in the prelims while going into the main event, or sometimes, you know, his guys would win, but he would lose that night. All right, and we got a winner, and there's really no storyline behind this at all, but that's the way it is. On to the next matchup. All right, so Fatu beats LA Knight. Man, it's a Samoan night up in here. All right, so looks like Americano Grande from the Gulf of Mexico won that one, or the Gulf of America, whichever you want to put it. All right, so next we got the main and co-main event, and we're going to go from there. So from what it looks like, AAA has been purchased by the WWE. You know who else is in AAA that's signed to AAA? Cain Velasquez. Let's think about that. All right, so we got Charlotte Flair and somebody that I have no idea who, obviously, because I'm now a WWE casual fan. But yeah, man, co-main event of the evening, and then I believe the main event of the evening is a triple threat match between Seth Rollins, CM Punk, and Roman Reigns. It is rather crazy. Charlotte Flair is still in the title picture after all these years. All right. So Stratton has now defeated Charlotte Flair on WrestleMania. And there it is. On to the main event. right, so just right before the main event, Triple H is out here. So I guess greeting the other Hall of Famers. All right, so that's an interesting documentary right there with WrestleMania 9. Right now, I know WrestleMania 9 took place in Las Vegas, so I think that kind of correlates to why they're sort of pointing out all these unseen footages that they've had. Back then, wrestling was a very well-kept secret. At least the people inside the business thought it was. You see, like, in their world, let's say if you were to call wrestling fake in any kind of way, oh man, you got another thing coming. These guys will street fight you to the fact that they want to prove that it's not fake. But it doesn't really prove that it's fake or not fake, right? Whether they're tougher than you or you get the best of them or anything like that. It's just, I don't know, man. You know, it's a different time back then, right? You know, a lot of people were really ignorant back then, so you can sort of make people believe anything. So, in turn, the reason why I'm saying that is because that is the reason why it took them such a long time to put out all those footages from WrestleMania 9, because it just wasn't that time of the business's era where they were willing to reveal behind what was going on in the fourth wall. So that's that. We are now at the main event of the evening. Check this out. Triple threat match. Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and CM Punk. So who remembers when CM Punk went to fight in the UFC? Now, what else would we have really expected out of it, right? CM Punk is not a lifelong martial artist. Sure, he claims that he's been into a few street fights and this and that, but in reality, who hasn't, right? So what does that really mean that he got into a street fight? Also, what does it really mean that he was a jiu-jitsu practitioner? I remember JR, right? He used to build CM Punk as this student of the mixed martial arts. And I'm like thinking to myself, where and how do you get the time to train with all the schedule you have? I mean, it's possible. You go to any random city, you tap in, and there's random MMA gyms, even more so prominent than back then. But I don't know, man. Obviously, CM Punk sort of fell into that whole entire image of being a student of mixed martial arts as he was built in MMA. Right? You look at his move. What was his special move? It's called the go to sleep, right? Where he carries you in a fireman's carry and then drops you on his knee, right? So it kind of throws a Muay Thai knee at you while he's carrying you in a fireman's position. Fireman carries position. So, yeah, man. So at the time, very interesting to what's going on now. The UFC was on the verge of getting sold to Endeavor, right? Which obviously the owner of it right now is Ari Emanuel. Now, why is that significant? Well, the Fertitta brothers, what they needed to do was they needed to somehow create a different avenue of having pay-per-view stars. So they decided, hey, you know what? Let's bring CM Punk in. Right? So what exactly does it mean to bring CM Punk in? Well, what that means is now you have a pay-per-view star in your hands. We don't know if he can fight. We don't know if he has trained long enough to be ready. But here's what we'll do. We'll have Dana White looking for a fight series, and we're going to recruit Mickey Gall, which is what happened. After they recruited Mickey Gall, they decided, hey, you know what? You're inexperienced enough. But again, in the world of modern mixed martial arts, when they say that somebody is inexperienced, it doesn't mean that they're not good, and it doesn't mean that they can't whoop your behind. So Mickey Gall, a little more seasoned than CM Punk, they bring him in there, and we all saw what happened. Second time around, the UFC brings him in to fight Mike Jackson. Okay, so Mike Jackson, he's not UFC level, but he was dangerous enough to beat up CM Punk, and that's exactly what he did. And you know what? CM Punk went all 3 rounds in the UFC, right? So regardless of how you feel or you may not like it, many of you, and there's a lot of you out there, especially the fighters that are on my page, there's a lot of you guys that could beat up CM Punk, but a lot of you could never say that you went all 3 rounds in the UFC the way he did. For whatever that's worth. But on any regard, after that experience, CM Punk went and signed with AEW. As you know, AEW is the rival company of none other than the WWE, right? Owner, the Khan family, owns the Jacksonville Jaguars and also owns, I believe, Wake Forest out in England in the Premier League. So they started out a wrestling league to rival the WWE, and then they bring in CM Punk. CM Punk goes in there. I don't know much about his career or what he did there, right? I'm going to let all the wrestling fans talk about that, and if you want to talk about it on the comment section, you're more than welcome to do so. But after that, then CM Punk comes and signs with the WWE, and here we are. As we are witnessing right now, Roman Reigns walking out with an image of all his family members behind him. There's Yokozuna, there's Fatu, there's Haku, there's all these Samoan legends that pretty much paved the way for the likes of the Roman Reigns and The Rock. So here he is in a triple threat match. Really interesting, though, the changes in the title picture that has been in the WWE. See, I'm watching this right now as a WWE casual, right? There was a point where I used to never miss a Monday Night Raw or a SmackDown or anything like that. I was kept up with it, and I was really tapped into it. But when I was really tapped into it, it was during a time when there wasn't a lot of MMA. There was enough MMA around the world, but there wasn't this flux of MMA on a world level the way that the UFC is putting it on every weekend. Right? So now they got the Apex cards. Now they got more cards on top of pay-per-view cards, on top of fight night events that they have hosted in random cities, on top of the championship pay-per-view fights. So on and on and on and on. You understand what I'm saying here, right? So it's very saturated. Very saturated. So that saturation makes it even harder to keep up with anything other than fighting, or better yet, just the UFC. So that's why I feel bad for dudes that have like this need to watch every sport. I mean, for me, it's just fighting or nothing, right? And there's obviously no real fighting going on this week, so here we are. But yeah, going back to the title picture, as I was saying, it's very surprising to see that Roman Reigns is not in the title picture, because he's had this reign, no pun intended, of like a couple of years where he was champion undefeated, and here he is in a triple threat match, in a match that really means nothing. No title eliminator or anything like that, just three guys that have beef with each other, and they're going to go at it, and here we go. Yeah, so apparently Roman Reigns is saying this is probably his last year in the WWE. I think next year is going to be his last year, right? Which is crazy, because it felt like only yesterday that he had started out his career in NXT, and now here he is. And of course, CM Punk is the third man to come out, because let's be honest, he's the A side out of all this, right? Oh, what is this? What do we have here? Yep, they're showing the first time that he came in 2008. Oh, yeah, I remember that when they had the Kill Switch Engage song that he used to come out to before he transitioned to this Cult of Personality song. Oh, yeah, he said he's made friends and he's made enemies. And Paul Heyman was that one friend that he's like high-fiving in the video package. Yeah, that song was hard by Kill Switch Engage that he used to come out to. Did you know they were going to have Randy Orton walk out to that song? And they decided, nah, we're going to give it to CM Punk. They felt that it was too hardcore for Randy Orton to have a song like that. And then there's Randy Orton tomorrow with a co-main event. With to be announced opponent. Oh, is this the actual band? Look in my eyes, what do you see? A cult of personality. All right. Ain't it crazy, the song Cult of Personality? It kind of fits with a lot of the world leaders that you see today, right? I mean, look at the lyrics to the song. Look at the lyrics to the song. It fits right in there. Oh, wow. As soon as he says in the part of the song where he says your reflection dies, he goes and takes a selfie with CM Punk. That's a good timing right there. He takes a selfie with him as soon as he says when your reflection dies. And then here's CM Punk with the trademark that he does where he touches the ground saying, hey, listen, I'm touching the sands of time. Chicago, Illinois' own CM Punk. In living color, no pun intended, to the name of the band that's walking him out. There's Rick Rubin right there. They immediately shoot the camera towards Rick Rubin's side. Eighth WrestleMania. 8th career WrestleMania. First WrestleMania since 2013, CM Punk. Wow, and this is obviously a pro CM Punk crowd right here. That, of course. And if I didn't know that, and you gave me that information, great. But don't be a snob about it to where like, oh, well, how do you not know where this and that? Remember, bro, we're all students of the game in life. No matter what your education is, there's things I know that you may not know. There's things that you know that I may not know. And this is literally why we're here, so that we can have a civil discourse and engage ourselves in proper conversations and perhaps maybe learn something out of it. So please stop with your Islam propaganda, bro. Playboy says. Well, Playboy, I'm glad that you said that. This is not Islamic propaganda in any kind of way, because if it was, what I would be doing was cursing Dave Portnoy to the highest order. There is a hygiene component to that, of course. All right, so here we are. Round, well, there are no rounds in, there it is. There's a right hand, though, by Roman Reigns, and he goes after Seth Rollins right away. So he stands over him on the ropes, giving him that little 10-count punch. Usually in the old video games, you can do that. Once you corner somebody in the ropes, you can throw like 10 punches at them, and then the crowd starts like counting with you. There's some chops right there, little Ric Flair chops by CM Punk as he's bringing Seth Rollins right around the... there's a little low kick right there by CM Punk. Yeah, it's crazy to think this is really his first WrestleMania in terms of being a main eventer. And you know what? It comes full circle because if you think about it, when the UFC was having trouble with pay-per-views, they were losing all their pay-per-view stars. George St. Pierre was going to retire. Guess who they decided to bring in? CM Punk. Right? And now here it is, full circle. TKO is now owned by the UFC, and they do it in Vegas, the home office of the UFC. So think about that. It's like everything coming in full circle. And then here's Paul Heyman torn apart because he had to betray Roman Reigns in the storyline, you know, just to be on the side of CM Punk. And you know what? One can probably argue maybe CM Punk is a bigger star than Roman Reigns, at least within the hardcore wrestling side. Probably he's even more popular with the MMA guys too, because regardless of CM Punk's results in the UFC, man, I'm telling you, there's a lot of people in the MMA world that respect CM Punk. It's not like he came into the MMA world saying, man, I'm going to come in here, I'm going to smash everybody or this and that. He came in there very respectful, right? He did it really for his own internal satisfaction. You see, there's people that do things for internal satisfaction, right? And then there's people that do things for the sake of vanity, right? I think that he really did MMA for the sake of just saying to himself, hey, you know what? I did this, and I went in there and I did something that most human beings are not willing to do. So that's really what it all comes down to. There's CM Punk right now flying off the barricades right there. So now they got a little bit of in-crowd fighting going on right here. All right, some trash cans right here. Now, if you look at this trash can, obviously it looks very light. It's not very heavy, right? So it's like you can sort of throw this or hit somebody with it, and it's not really as painful as much as it sounds or looks painful. So while these two are fighting, where is Roman Reigns in the middle of this? Like, he's probably somewhere laying down, pretending like he's tired, even though they're like just 2 minutes into the match. But All right, looks like a bunch of tables are about to get smashed up. All right, so CM Punk right here looking like he's mounting the offense right now, looking like he's the aggressor out of the three guys here. Boys, look at this. They got a little electric chair going here. CM Punk on the top rope. Boom! Clotheslines him. Superman punch, cover, and nothing. Runs into that knee right there. Usually with triple threat matches, they usually just let the two guys concentrate on each other and then they go at it afterwards. So, and then they just, yeah, they try not to oversaturate it. Rollins hits him with a frog splash over there. CM Punk was looking to get that one right there. Wow, Roman Reigns almost got that one right there. Roman Reigns has a standing guillotine on CM Punk. Oh, wow. He's got a jumping guillotine right here. Here comes CM Punk's special move right here. He's got a sharpshooter on him. Oh, looks like he was going for a DDT slash guillotine right. There's CM Punk with that knee right there. Go to sleep. Oh, wow. We are now in the phase of false finishes right here. This is where a lot of these matches are going to get a little more exciting and a little more climactic. All right, so it looks like everybody is knocked out. Everybody is on the floor. You know how that goes. It's one of those false finishes, more false finishes after false finishes. There's Paul Heyman. What is he planning? He's got a chair. Paul Heyman has a chair. And notice how all the lights are on him. So everybody, all three guys are down right now. Paul Heyman has a chair. What is Paul Heyman going to do now? He just handed the steel chair to CM Punk. Let's see what CM Punk is going to do as he's up right now, and Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins are... Oh my goodness! He betrayed CM Punk! He betrayed CM Punk! CM Punk has been betrayed! Has been betrayed by Paul Heyman! Paul Heyman has betrayed CM Punk! CM Punk is on the floor, and Roman Reigns is smiling! Smiling! He's saying, yeah, that's my guy, Paul, yeah! And now he hands the chair over to Roman Reigns. He says, my tribal chief, I am here to serve you. And bang! Right into, bang! Another one right into CM Punk's back. Multiple chair shots, similar to when The Rock fought Mankind in a street fight match, right? Where he basically picked up the chair, just smacked Mankind Mick Foley like at least 40 times to the head. You can imagine that probably was not good. That's why, if you notice, they don't do any head shots with the chairs no more. Look at this. And look at the symbolic reasoning behind this. Look at this. Seth Rollins' back is turned. He's got the chair, similar to when Seth Rollins betrayed Roman Reigns. Oh! And it's Paul Heyman that betrays. Oh, look at this, man. He had his hands in there a little too, he looked like he enjoyed it a little too much when he went for the low blow. You know, most fighters, when they hit you with a low blow, they act very unapologetic, right? And they try to get it out of there as soon as possible. Not Paul Heyman. When he went for that low blow, he dug right in there. He's like, Roman, I'm going to prevent you from having more children. That type of hatred. It was that type of low blow. And now it is Seth Rollins that has a chair. So Paul Heyman crosses Seth Rollins. I'm sorry, he might cross Seth Rollins here. Who knows? He crosses CM Punk first because he thinks he's with him. And then he crosses CM Punk. And now Roman thinks he's with him. And now here's Seth Rollins with a chair given by Paul Heyman. And let's see where this ends, because the end is near. You can tell that the end is near. This is like one of those end of the movie scenarios. Because I told you guys, WWE is like a walk-in live movie set. And then there's the stomp. Special move by Seth Rollins. I think Seth walks out on this one. Yup. Seth wins. Seth Rollins wins. Oh, man. Michael Cole is mad at Paul Heyman. And you know what? The story of all this is that all these guys were Paul Heyman guys. But by the end of the day, Paul Heyman's favorite Paul Heyman guy is Brock Lesnar. But Brock Lesnar can't compete here because of that little scandal with Vince. So it has to be Seth Rollins. So Seth Rollins is the favorite student of Paul Heyman, other than Brock Lesnar, of course. But if you remember 10 years ago, Brock Lesnar was the champion, and Seth Rollins came in there and stole the show from everybody. Like, literally 10 years ago. See, look at the low blow that he gave to CM Punk, like a little love tap, okay? Now he's on his knees. He gives Roman the belt, and then he hits CM Punk with it, He let CM Punk hit him a couple of times. And what does he do? He was about to hit Seth Rollins in a symbolic gesture, going back in a reverse. But look at this. He hits him low, and then he's like digging in there. Like, what are you looking for in there, Paul? And then he hands the belt, the chair over to Seth Rollins, and then Seth Rollins bangs Roman Reigns on his back, and then with a stomp finish to end it all. All right, so what does this mean for Seth Rollins now? Does he put himself in the title picture? If who against who? Right? Is it against Jey Uso, or maybe he's looking at the winner of Cody and John Cena, which is tomorrow. But on any event, that is curtains right there. Executive producers Lee Fitting and Paul Levesque. They put it right up there, like like at the end of the movie. But literally, I mean, like I said, it's the curtain calls right there. Well, all right, guys. So that is the end of it. I will see you guys in the next live stream tomorrow. I may actually do a live reaction stream to this, a vertical live stream, maybe coming up soon. So don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one, inshallah. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Starting off the list of good. Oh, he's gonna go into neutral too, because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes. But he's I'm telling you, Kari El-Kheer, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild. But he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Kari El-Kheer. Fucking so what?